Welcome. You've got mail. You've got pictures. File's done. Goodbye.
Let's get this party started!
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, and it's great to have you with me in the lounge tonight. Now, look, right off the bat, before we go into the whole thing, I want to apologize. Today, I actually did something that was supposed to help us make sure that we don't have problems like connectivity issues and stuff like that. I upped my speed to the highest absolute speed that I possibly could, but I needed to get a new modem to do it. So I took the old modem back to Comcast today, back to Xfinity. And when I did, they gave me the new one, and they said, it's just plug and play. You literally just plug it in. It should pick right up and you should be able to go. So I was actually out tonight. So I've been doing a lot of things with Christmas coming up. You all know I took over the church recently, and so I was actually I visited family tonight and brought them some groceries and some food they're going through a hard time, and friends, and the mom is fighting cancer, and there's just some things there. And so I was out there late, and I figured, but it's not going to be a problem. I can just come home, plug the thing in, and go. I haven't been home all day. Family's been without internet all day long. I know my kids are going to suffer. Poor kids, they couldn't play, Fortnite. But I got in, I hooked the thing up, and it wouldn't work, and it just wouldn't work. And Xfinity does not allow you through to a human being for like ever. And so what should have taken just a couple of minutes ended up taking almost an hour. So I apologize to you all, but we're here now. So hey, if this is your first time to the lounge, know that that's not normally how we do things, and hopefully going forward you should be able to see me better, and it should be faster, and I shouldn't cut out at all. So if you're into things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more, then you found the right place. So please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell, and let's get this party started, because we got a lot to talk about tonight. A couple news stories. You guys have been blowing me up all day as I've been running errands and doing things all day today. You guys have been blowing me up about these stories, and yes, I have some opinions. Let's just say I do have some opinions about what we're going to talk about tonight. That being said, even though we got started late, I do, as always, want to say a shout out to all of our supporters. Thank you all so much for your support, for putting your trust in us, and for loving us. And we love you guys. So thank you to all the patrons. Of course, all the members. Thank you to all the members. I haven't checked the member status to see if anything changed. And I'll be honest with you, I need to actually do probably an update on some of that stuff, but with a new like membership badge or whatever. But thank you to everyone who gives super chats. Thank you to everyone who's donated to the channel, whether it be PayPal or Cash App. All those links are in the description below, and believe me, it all helps. And if you want to maybe get something in return for your donation, of course, you can go to our Teespring. That link is down there as well. We have all kinds of t-shirts and different designs that you can get on t-shirts, hoodies, all kinds of fun stuff, and boldly proclaim your nerddom to the world, as it were, through apparel. So thank you guys for that. Like I said, it really means a lot to us, given the fact that, especially this time of year and everything, you guys are really, what has kept us going. And so shout out to all of you for all that you guys mean to us. All right. Okay. So real quick, I'm still going to do this. I'm going to shout out to people. What's up, RJ? Hold on. RJ's here. I didn't go far enough. Excuse me. You like my new hat? I got this new hat, this Superman hat. I'm digging this hat. I wish that they didn't smush it. I got this one and another one, and I'll wear that at some other time. But I got this one. It's all embroidered. It looked cool and everything. They smushed both hats into like a little box, and so it's supposed to be a snapback. But like you can tell here that it like got, it should be standing up. And so I'm trying to get it. But it look, you can tell it's a little smushed, but that's all right. I still dig it. It's a pretty cool hat. And it's Superman. So there you go. What's up, Kenneth Crowley? Good to see you. It says, hope someday McFarlane Toys for their DC Multiverse 7-inch line makes more live action figures like Batman 89 Batman, Superman 78 Superman, a Tyler Hoechlin Superman from Superman and Lois. Kenneth, I wouldn't be surprised if that is actually on the way. I'll be honest with you. I've heard rumblings. Don't know if it's true, but I'm right there with you, man. I think that'd be very, very cool. I don't know about Tyler Hoechlin's, just because, like, if they do last season's, that's going to be a weird body. But tonight, I actually picked up Red Hood from Three Jokers. So great figure. For sure. Yes, RJ says that would be cool, Kenneth. Let's see. Let's see here. What's up, Donovan? Good to see you, Donovan Martin. Listen to Denver Nerds with Doctor Strange leaks. This might take the freaking cake. Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow night. What's tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow's the 23rd. So. Okay. Yep. Yeah. So I know that there's that. But we'll get to as much of it as we can tonight for sure. Okay. You guys are talking. What's up? What's up, Antonio? Good to see you. Antonio says, I'm gonna become a MCU stan now then. So tonight we are talking about the stories that have come out about Matthew Vaughn wanting to direct a Superman movie, Man of Steel 2. Directly, actually. And of course, the rumors, well, not rumors, I guess it's been confirmed now that Michael Keaton is apparently in the Batgirl movie. And now the Batgirl movie is, I guess, going to be now it was going to be on HBO Max, but now apparently we're just going to, everything is apparently just going to go to the film now, to the movies now, which normally would be like, a really cool thing. And I'd be pretty excited about it. But some of the stuff that they're sending to the films now, like, to the movie theater, I'll just be honest with you. I just don't know. I just don't know. How did you guys like the updated look for the channel? If you're looking at the channel, you should be looking at the updated look for the channel. Freshened it up a bit. Hope you guys enjoy that. Hope you guys are liking that. Let me know what you guys think. But yeah, Antonio, I don't know, man. If DC doesn't get it together, like I'm going to try to be very, very positive, but we'll get into all this stuff tonight. But I'm going to try to be very, very positive. But if some of this stuff does not hit, and this is a question we're going to have to ask ourselves a little bit later, if some of this stuff doesn't hit, what do you do as a DC fan at this point? We'll be asking that question tonight. What's up, Todd Fair? Todd Fair's got a place for us all over at the MCU. I know that. Right, Todd? you got a place for us, right, man? So thank you. Says, is the Batman in the MCU yet? Oh man, I don't know, man. Any day now. Yeah, I mean, I trust Sam Raimi and Kevin Feige, so we'll get into that. I don't know if we'll get into into that story tonight, but hopefully we'll get into some other stuff. What's up, Laser Luke? Laser Luke Gaming. I am your father. Thank you, RJ, for letting everybody know that I was having internet problems. Appreciate that, man. Let's see. Who else is here? Spherical Man is here. Hopefully Spherical Man is still here. What if I told you there was no Feige? Nice. Let's see here. Who else here? Rhea, the lovely Rhea. What's up, Rhea? Good to see you. EJC80 says Doctor Strange 2 is the only movie I care since Infinity War. That is because of Raimi. Even Spider-Man? Oh, Spider-Man was pretty good. What's up, Venomous Prime says, what's up, Lounge? I think this is going to be a very interesting discussion. I hope so. It'll be interesting to see who shows up for this discussion. So Mary Wilcox is here. What's up? Says, evening, everyone. There's my brother from down under. Says Anthony Grigsby says, good day, everyone. Good day to you. Yes, I was talking to Kevin Feige. Yep. Says he's coming over to DC. And thank you, Anthony. Says, I want to say to everyone, I hope that you have a safe and Merry Christmas with your loved ones and be listening as I deliver pizzas. Nice. Sending love to all of you. Can you deliver a pizza to me? Come on over here to the States. Here is so much better year in 2022. And I got some shirts coming your way, Anthony. So there you go. Mary says, if Michael Keaton becomes Batman again, God, that would be a stupid move. Do these people not understand that he's getting on in years? Well, we'll talk about that here in just a minute. What's up, Krypton's Core? Good to see you, Krypton's Core. Let's see here. Anybody else here before we move on? What's up, Marcus? Good to see you, Marcus. Says, what do you think of to create Montgomery as the Human Torch? Talking to Mary Wilcox. Yeah, because I don't really know. What is up with all, like, this is like a new weird one. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Does anybody know what that's supposed to be? I'm not really sure what that's supposed to be, so I'm gonna block that. Oh, somebody already did it. Looked like. Okay, good. Thank you, man. Look at you guys. You guys are on. The mods are on tonight. I love it. What's up, Andrew Casali? Good to see you, brother. Yes. Let's see. I'm something of a scientist myself. Moving right along. TX Voodoo says, hey, Nash, WB is breaking my heart. I know, man. I know. That dude Vince says, hello, Lounge. Good to see you. What's up, Mr. Tony? You're always welcome, bro. You're always welcome, Tony. And I gotta send you. You gotta tell me what sweatshirt you want, man. You're gonna end up with like 2 sweatshirts behind, dude. I gotta get you a sweatshirt, bro. You gotta tell me what sweatshirt you want. You have not told me what sweatshirt you want. It's really easy. The link to Teespring is down in the description below. Tell me, bro, so I don't get behind, man. You're paying for it, bro. I want you to get your sweatshirts, man. Yes, I am your father. I am your father. Luke. There you go. Okay. And what's up, Zeno? Good to see you, Zeno. Hello to the mighty Enosh. Yes. See, my I get the password. I get like everything set up, right? And the kids are already asking for the password. To to the internet, of course. What's up, Black Ops? Good to see you, bro. All right, so we're going to talk about this stuff. We're going to jump into it. I'm going to give you my opinion. I'm going to give you my thoughts. I know William said he'd be in later, so and I got a couple of guys. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, you love him, I love him, Mr. Black Ops. What's up, Mr. Black Ops?
Well, hello.
Jimbo Z. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm officially on semester break. I finished out my last 2 finals today, which, I was so ready to be done with school for a little bit. I just needed a mental break. It was just, oh man. It was
That bad, huh?
Yeah, college is no joke.
We've been teasing Jimbo here, guys, because like we got a private chat that he's in, and we've been teasing him, saying, you know, like, because every time we ask him to do something, he's all like, "Yeah, I got finals, I got this, I got that." It's like, dude, how many finals you taking, bro? How many finals you taking?
Like from November to December, it's been spread. Like each class, I have 4 classes, and they each have like multiple sections for finals. Like my chem one, I have to take a lecture and then a laboratory exam, which that's like 3 hours, which was a pain. And then for history, there's 2 finals, 2 essays, and
You're listening to Jimbo's class schedule here on the Poindexter Lounge.
exclusive. Yeah.
Exclusivo. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, in here is KDZ. What's up? What's up, Caden? What's going on, my bro? What's going on, my bro?
You was Caden.
Yo, it's Jimbo.
My broski.
What's up, Enosh?
My broski ski.
My broski.
Ski.
My broski ski.
Ski.
My broski ski. My broski ski. Yes. How are you, sir? How are you?
Good. I'm good.
Are you good? Are you good?
I'm very good.
How is the family? How is the family? I hope the family is good. Good.
Family is
Good. All right, good. Well, hey, so guys, for goodness sake, my internet blew up today, literally in many different ways. Everybody was like freaking out.
Take a break real quick.
Everybody was freaking out today. I got in a bunch of fights with people. I kind of told people the way it was on some things. Sometimes you got to do that.
Today was a day.
I was telling everybody earlier, man. I was telling people
publicly
and privately, man. I had people. We had people in our private chat like coming at us both ways. 2 different private chats. I would say 2 different private chats, and I was telling both sides that they needed to chill out.
The F down.
Yes,
It was a very heated day.
It was. But you know what? What's up, you do suck? Says bring back Clooney. You know what? At this point, sure, why not?
I don't even think Clooney wants to come back. I think
bring back
like,
those
he
Batman
himself
nips.
is like, I ruined it, so he doesn't
I'm
want
gonna
to
have a peanut butter cup and a smile. There you go. With the kind of day that this has been for DC fans, I'm just gonna do that. Have a little bit of chocolate and peanut butter. Give me a little peanut butter in my chocolate. A little chocolate in my peanut butter, because you know what? Unfortunately, I got a little bit too much Keaton in my DC. All right.
Oh, don't eat.
What's up, Anthony Strader? Says, look, I like Keaton, but replacing Affleck isn't a smart idea.
Yeah.
I like you, Anthony Strader. I like your thoughts. I like your ideas, and I want to subscribe to your newsletter.
The question is, will Keaton get arthritis when he's in the suit doing Batman activities? Will his back give out?
Look, I don't know. What's up, Anthony Beltray? Anthony Beltray says hello.
Well,
Me and Anthony talked about it this morning in Twitter Spaces.
Is
Is it Anthony Beltray you're looking for?
I'm actually looking for a PlayStation 5 console at the moment.
Not quite the same as Anthony Beltray, but you know.
No. Sorry, Anthony's better. I'm sorry.
All right. What's up, Ryan? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, Ryan. You're welcome, man. You're welcome. I love you. All right. So let's talk about this. I'm going to bring up the thing, but first, watch this public service announcement from your apparently new your new elderly Batman.
I've got one more thing to say, and it'll only take me a second. I've got 2 words that I want you all to remember. They're very important. And if I leave you with anything, I'm going to leave you with these 2 words. And those 2 words are, I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
He's apparently Batman, folks.
Where is she? Oh, wrong Batman.
I'm Batman
Wrong Batman. Sorry.
in the retirement home.
It's not that bad, but it could get there.
I mean, he's
Variety
70.
reporting.
He's 70.
He is. But look, okay, I'm just going to say this right off the bat. I was excited to see Michael Keaton return as Batman in The Flash. Okay? When they announced that, I was like, you know what? That's cool. Also, I have been campaigning. I will not be a hypocrite. I have been campaigning for the last few years for there to be a Batman Beyond movie, live action movie, in which Michael Keaton plays Bruce Wayne. That is fire. That is amazing. What do I not want? I don't want a Batgirl movie where Michael Keaton at 70 years old replaces Ben Affleck. Now, here's one thing I will say, and look, we can't rule this out, okay? And that is Ben Affleck said no.
Yeah, because he recently did say that he doesn't want to do IP stuff anymore. So this could possibly like
if Ben Affleck said no, then guess what, folks? We all got to be realistic, and we all got to just go, okay. Well, what are they supposed to do? I'll tell you what they're supposed to do. Then just reboot the thing. If you're not bringing back anybody, if you're not bringing back your Batman, you're not bringing back your Superman. I mean, who knows right now? Even with that, we're going to talk about that later too, because I don't think. Does anybody think that it's just coincidence that Henry Cavill's running around literally talking to everybody about playing Superman again? That seems strategic to me.
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't seem just like, oh, whoopsie, like, did you want to talk about Superman? I didn't know to talk about Superman, so I guess we'll talk about Superman, but I don't really want to talk about Superman because I'm not Superman, right? Look, but Zeno's not wrong. Keaton looks great at 70. He played the main villain in a Spider-Man movie just a couple of years ago.
Also, he was in Prestige where he was kicking butt in that movie. Did you see that scene?
Okay. Okay. So if my audio sounds weird, does my audio sound weird?
A bit.
Okay. Here's why. All of my stuff, folks, is back at the church. I forgot to bring my microphone back, so I am using this thing, right? This little desktop thing here that I really don't want to have to use. But I mean, you could tell me if it's better if I get Is it better if I get closer? Is it better like that? Or is it just doesn't matter?
I mean, it just sounds like you got a lot of gain, so...
Yeah.
Oh, does it? Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess I could... here, let me see if I can do it live. See, because I can't hear it, because the way when I do it this way, it doesn't allow me to... okay, so does that sound a little bit better? Is it getting better? Is that better? Is that better?
That's actually... that's better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right.
There's still gain, but
it looks better on the readout thing. So, yeah, I mean, if that's better, then I'll take that. Okay, yeah, as long as it's good. Okay, cool. So overmodulated Enosh, I am modulated. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I turned the gain down. If that works, then I'm good. Okay. Listen, Michael Keaton. I have friends who are just like, oh, he's just old. And look, I love my friends. I love Dawson. I love Dawson. Good guy. Done stuff with him. Like, I don't agree. Dawson said today that if Michael Keaton ends up becoming the main Batman, he's going to walk out of the theater. Why? Look, I'm just going to call it the way I see it, right? Like, I'm just asking the question. Why? Why would you walk out of the theater when there's no point in walking out of the theater? Because you
already gave them your money.
Exactly. You already gave them the money, right?
You're just missing out at that point.
Yeah, and look, the thing is things can change in a movie. It can look one way in a movie and then change somehow, and then you'll miss the change. Like how many movies have we gone to?
Look at No Way Home. If you left before the ending because of maybe some CGI with certain characters that we all love, and it's just like, what the heck is that? Because I see some people complain. But if you miss out the last little bit, you miss a huge little cool new detail.
Get in here, RJ.
He's over at Matt's.
Oh, get off of Matt's show. Nobody wants to see Matt's show.
I just like
nobody's gonna watch you over there. Even if there's people over there, they don't want to watch you.
Yeah, I messaged in their chat like, is this gonna be another streamception stream where everyone's watching each other's streams?
Oh dear God. Dear God, help us all. All right. Anyways,
that was a wild night.
That was a wild night. Oh, what a night. Okay.
Funny about this whole thing, like it's like, I remember like when, like before like it was officially announced, like people were like the whole press release was like out and everything, and then like, and on the site it was taken down, and people were saying, oh, it's fake because it's not up there anymore. I'm like, do you realize that they can take Warner Bros. Can take it down, right? And it was published, it was released at the same time as the Flash one and Black Adam and the Batman. So if this one is fake, that means all of those other ones are fake as well because they released at the same exact time. So like, it's like clearly it's not fake. After all these announcements, clearly it's not fake. But like, if this didn't happen, then it's like, oh my God, like it was it was crazy this morning. I was just like, what the heck's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
An overreaction, I would say.
Well, everybody's freaking out. Look, even if he is, like, stop with the, well, he's just old, right?
Right.
Because I don't think that is a
is a fair.
Yeah, I don't think that's just a fair thing. Like, you know, just
yeah, because you can say Affleck is old as well. Like, oh, he's old. Like,
he ain't 70.
Like.
It just means that there's gonna be a lot more. I just don't know. Like I don't know. Did he do like a lot of practical scenes in
yeah,
Spider-Man? Or
You're
like
dead to me. You're dead to me. You're dead to me, RJ. I think it's funny. You say you're happy over there, yet your heart's over here. Yep, you're over there talking to him, yet you're over here thinking.
Pick sides.
Yeah, you're over there thinking of me, aren't you?
It's like that one episode of SpongeBob where it's like SpongeBob's in the Krusty Krab or the Chum Bucket, and then I think it's Mr. Krabs over in the Krusty Krab, and they're just singing along, just wishing they're in each other's arms.
Yeah. You're over there thinking of me over here. So thank you so much, and obviously listening. So there you go. Yeah. Like, so what does that mean? So does this mean now that Jeremy Irons Alfred is Michael Keaton's?
Oh, dang it!
I think because I don't think he's like it. It's honestly it's something like with the rewriting history. I don't think the Flash is rewriting him DCU history. I think it's just that Keaton's universe kind of kicks him out of his universe, and he stays in this, like in the DCU as well as Supergirl, because they're both from that universe. So they're just kind of quote unquote kicked out. So they have to stay in this universe and have to adjust to it. And maybe instead of like Affleck, he's already dealt with having a protege, but this Burton, like Keaton, he's had dealt with it and it was a success with his Robin. So maybe it's like one of those things where he's like, maybe let me look into this Batgirl, type of thing. But not in the suit. I don't think he'll be in the suit after the Flash. I think the Flash will be his last time in the suit, honestly.
Luke, you know what? Here's the thing. Give it time. They'll ruin that too. Why not? If we ruin everything else, might as well ruin that new Batman that they've got.
No, please don't touch. Please do not touch my Pattinson. Please do not touch. If they touch that, I don't know what to say.
First of all, why are you calling it your Pattinson?
Pattinson.
It's not yours.
Yeah, well,
it's yours,
it does. So I can bring that up. I can bring that up to if you want me to bring that up. So I have that.
Dude, I saw that literally 5 minutes before you got on, and I just sighed.
Let me open this. So let me open this, folks.
It's just,
So the casting list came out I've
been this for like 3 months now.
My question is this: what are they trying to do here? What story are they trying to do? Like, I'm confused.
Here you go.
Well,
Here you
okay,
go.
so
So you got the Flash, right?
yeah,
And now it's got Michael Shannon and how do you pronounce her name?
Anje
Treu.
yeah.
And Sasha
Andre
Calle
Trout.
and Michael Keaton. So they're all now in the Flash movie.
It has
so,
Michael Keaton twice, but that's clearly an error to put Ben Affleck.
So
I'm
maybe we're just gonna see General Zod's dead body again.
Maybe. Who knows?
I think it's gonna be like like how in the you remember the Flash TV show where when he was running through the Speed Force, he sees all of those like events, like all the
Wait,
past events.
there was a Flash TV show? What was this?
There was.
When was this?
When was this?
Well,
I think
it existed up until season 4.
that.
And then it just like
I would say season 3.
yeah,
Season
With
4,
a couple
5,
of
and
things that
6.
kind of were in a season 4, but
okay.
not
Was
as a
season
whole.
4 the guy in the chair playing?
Mhm.
I only
was
like the
like the-
song.
Okay,
I only like the
season 5
song
and
that they kept
6
playing in that because I actually have that song in my Spotify playlist and like was it going on in my head? Oh, I love that song. I like classic songs like
died.
that.
It died after season 4.
But after that, I just stopped watching. But
Even season 4 had like
I like how we're always talking about Batman.
They gave him control for now.
yeah, him and Pattinson have control.
But
for
today is Wednesday.
now.
Going on, well, it's Thursday now. It's technically Thursday now, right? So by Tuesday of next week, Matthew Vaughn will not be in charge.
Honestly,
Let me get this. I'm sorry. Kinky Sphincter here. Kinky. Oh, I read this. Oh, I'm sorry. Kinky Sphincter with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Kinky Sphincter. And you are our first super chat of the night. And I got. Kinky, would you like a Reese's? I could even. I could do it. Freddie got fingered style. I could be like.
you're
I
getting
wish,
too close to my.
I
Hey,
wish you can.
I'm allergic.
And grab one.
you're putting that too close to my little section here. Hey, that's a little too close. I'm allergic. That's
Zero
very
sugar.
rude.
What?
And it's good. It's
That's
really
crazy.
good. Zero sugar, and it's
No.
awesome.
No, yeah, I've never had a Reese's, but I bet
You never
I
had
heard that-
Reese's?
I just said I'm allergic to peanuts. I'm
Oh,
allergic.
oh.
Yeah.
Oh. You can do the Reese's without the peanut butter.
I have tried what's
chocolate?
what
is that?
No.
Yeah, Reese's without the peanut butter. Like that's just chocolate, man. What are you talking about?
I think they did that once where it was
What?
just a chocolate cup with nothing.
what is the
like,
peanut
just
butter
chocolate.
version of a Twix? What is that one?
I don't know, but you know
Oh,
what?
Snickers.
Babe Ruth?
Yeah, Snickers.
I've tried that a
Okay.
couple times, and every single time I thrown up and like felt and was just out of commission for a whole day.
Well, you know what you could do. You could have your Reese's like this.
There's good reason for my glistening skin, and how I shine, and how my pores are so clean and clear. I eat little baby's ice cream. It keeps
I thought I was gonna stop at when he said I eat little babies. I did not expect the ice cream part at the end. I've seen that video so many times.
And then we got his little cousin.
Macaroni with the chicken strips.
I was singing along with that. Oh, that account is
Chicken
gorgeous. What
Okay,
the
so-
chicken strips? Okay,
Yeah.
Batman.
So Batman. So come on. What am I doing here? Come on. Okay. So we got this. Whoops. Sorry, Mike. I need to get a new.
Oh, as I was
I need to
saying,
get a new mouse
I think
pad.
like as he's running through Speed Force, he sees moments it revisits moments in the DCU timeline.
But do you think that they would like just get? I mean, why wouldn't you just use extra footage then at that point? Why would you?
Maybe there's something that he accidentally does that changes it.
Honestly,
Because honestly, Faro is still alive. We know that, but we don't. Zod can.
I mean, what are you going to change it to?
but
Oh,
wait,
but yeah,
isn't
that-
Zod's body like turn into a Doomsday? So like, what would
Yeah.
they do? Would they go back before Doomsday? Oh, like I'm curious to see how they do, because why he's in it, because they would have to go to the events prior to BVS before it gets, Lex
Yeah,
Luthor
like
gets the body. If they're still trying to go with like the Snyderverse stuff of that aspect.
Like, does Flash go to that moment when he's about to snap his neck and he's like, "Don't," and then like he saves the family, and then he's like, and then like just arrests.
I don't want them to change that moment though. I kind of that was a really like interesting scene, at least for like the psychology of Superman, just seeing like that was like a key scene. But if they did change it, that'd be cool. But then again, if they did change it, they would have to have Henry Cavill back as Superman.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the rumor. It says, but wait, there's more. If a deal makes, Keaton wouldn't. Okay, this was actually what was
June
reported,
of last year.
June of last year. Okay,
Yeah.
and we've all debated this. RJ is claiming victory, but I ain't gonna give RJ no kind of victory if he can't show up on my channel.
What victory is he claiming?
If he's gonna be over there on Dollar Store General's channel, then he can't claim victory. That's all I'm saying. And if William makes it here first, William wins.
What victory is he trying to claim?
He's trying to claim victory because he said that this was going to happen. Because RJ's been getting it on with Grace Randolph, and
He's like, "Tell me, Grace, all your dirty secrets."
he thought he got the scoop. That's but
But it's funny how, like,
look,
Grace
he
is
got
like,
he
"Okay."
got the scoop. He got the scoop from Grace Randolph, but he took penicillin and he's better now. So,
Wow.
but look, if a deal breaks,
You
it's
love you, RJ. At least I
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. Okay. I love RJ too. I'm just giving him a hard time. Keaton. Okay. So if it says if a deal makes, Keaton wouldn't just return for Flash, but possibly for several other DC-oriented film projects. Sources tell the Hollywood Reporter that the role being envisioned for the veteran actor is akin to the role played by Samuel Jackson as Nick Fury in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Something of a mentor or guide, or even string puller. Batgirl is one of the projects in development that could fall into that category. So now let's then go to the article that was talked about today that everybody was losing their mind over. People were debating. The Snyderverse was acting like they were falling apart. Can I just say something?
People really lost their mind.
Dude, okay. Here, can I just be very, very clear about this? I might like something or not like something. If you think you're being smart aleck by sending me something like, ooh, Enosh is going to be so ticked off about this.
Enosh just ticked off.
Honestly, I just don't care anymore.
It's like middle school behavior. It's like it's going out of their way to try to upset someone.
Well,
attempt to.
It's like two people that we know got into a big old fight today, and tweeted at each other back and forth. And one of those people literally added me in their thread and was all like, "Oh, when everybody started going off on it, like, well, don't do that, don't do that." Oh, well, I was just trying to get at Enosh. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. Am I the other person? No, but hey. Hey, rent is due. Rent is due.
Where's my rent?
Where's the rent? Okay.
Welcome, Jory Fonzie.
Until you fix this damn door.
Right. Okay. So let's read this. Let's read this and see what it says. It says Michael Keaton to play Batman in Batgirl, starring Leslie Grace. Michael Keaton is dusting off his signature cape and cowl for Batgirl, the upcoming HBO Max superhero film. The actor is expected to reprise his role as Bruce Wayne, a.k.a. Batman, the character he originated in Tim Burton's 1989 film. Great film, by the way. I love it. I love it. I think it still stands up.
I love both of them. I love both of them.
I'm always going to love it. So there you go. He will star alongside Leslie Grace, who's playing the lead role. Though plot details have been kept under wrap, the film centers on the heroine, whose real identity is Barbara Gordon, the daughter of Gotham Police Commissioner Jim Gordon. Warner Brothers declined to comment on Keaton's casting. As previously announced, J.K. Simmons is returning to portray Jim Gordon, which makes no flippin' sense whatsoever. After first playing the character in Zack Snyder's Justice League, Brendan Fraser is playing the villainous Firefly, who too many jokes there are possible. And I like Brendan Fraser, but I guess if you're gonna have a 70-year-old Batman who's got to run around after a villain. Why not have a villain that can't run very fast? A sociopath with a passion for pyrotechnics. Hey, he's burning down buildings, not calories. Batgirl,
oh my god!
I'm just saying. I love Brandon Routh, I love Brendan Fraser. I love Brandon Routh, not Brendan Fraser so much. No, Brendan Fraser's fine. Fraser.
He gained a lot of weight. I saw him in that movie with the guy who plays War Machine and Benicio del Toro on No Sudden Move. He was in that one. It was a mobster one. He played a character. I'm like, I'm watching him like, wow, he really got big, but he's still a phenomenal actor.
Just got big. I mean, he's a great actor, but it's not only that he got big, it's that he's he looks uncomfortably I don't know, just like it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable.
It looks
What's
like he's
up, Belle Reed?
uncomfortable.
What's up, Belle? What's up, girl?
It kind of seemed like he was forced to gain that weight, to be honest.
I don't know if I mean he's had a lot of issues.
Yeah, he has.
So I mean he probably gained weight just naturally over time, just like dealing with all that stuff. I don't know.
I don't know. Well, what's weird though is like in the very first scene of the first season of oh gosh,
Why am I thinking? Is it Doom Patrol?
Yeah, Doom Patrol.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, in the very first scene in the very first season, like he's having sex with some girl, and it just doesn't feel right. Like she.
Oh my god.
He is pretty big in that too.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I haven't.
Right now.
I swear I've seen a scene of Brendan Fraser in that, but honestly, that was just a honest guess that just popped in my brain. Is that show good, by the way?
Yeah.
Don't make me block you, RJ. You got something to say. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. And
it's kind of gibberish.
Yeah.
Come on, Enosh. You know you want to finish. You know you want
Mother
to finish.
effers act like they forgot about
Dre.
Thank you.
Yes. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. Just a bunch of gibberish, and the forgot about Jay.
Belle, is that what like happened? Stress and drugs, most likely. She says.
Yeah. No. You know what? She ain't wrong. Belle, you are absolutely right. Stress and
also,
drugs.
he was kind of kicked out of Hollywood for quite some time.
Well, people get a certain look. When they do drugs. I mean, I know people, who've unfortunately gone through that, and so there's a certain look there. There's a certain thing that happens to your body, and it is. We need a mummy for. Look, if we wait much longer, he's going to be the mummy. So.
I mean, the curse of the mummy comes for him now.
All right. Oh, hey, Anthony Grigsby, look at you, buddy. Let's see here. With a $30.99 Australian super chat, thank you, sir. Says today on Syl and Mikey Sutton. Is that the show now?
I know.
It's like Regis and Kelly. Today on Syl and Mikey Sutton. Wait, hold on. Did Syl change his last name to Sutton? And now they're both like. Did they get married?
Yeah, they got married.
Syl and Mikey Sutton. No, I'm just messing. They said Affleck will appear in Batgirl. He would be in Flash, and Henry will be in Flash. They cited the example of Andrew Garfield in his denials, and then appearing in No Way Home.
This. They would not have both Keaton and Affleck in the movie. That would just make no sense at all.
Well, hold on. Calm your boobs.
Excuse me, I'm an A cup. I have non-existent boobs.
I'm just telling you to calm it all. So where's the picture? Okay, so you know what? I saw this today, and I know. Look, I saw some. Why is it that everybody all of a sudden has all turned into just absolute jerkwads on the internet?
What happened?
Like, I'm just saying. Like, okay, listen. Enosh, I'm just telling you, Enosh is getting a little just like beside himself with all these people. Like literally, nobody can just be chill about anything anymore. Like it seems like right now. Like, and and I'm just kind of over it. If I'm being quite honest with you, I'm just like why is everybody everybody's got to be right, you know?
Just people, you know, have
I'm just-
access to internet and they have fingers and
You know what?
thumbs.
Hold on a second. Oh gosh, where'd it go? Gosh, I'm supposed to have like this new high speed like everything, and all of a sudden and now
Fiber optic
and now all of a
internet.
sudden I'm not able to see my okay, here we go.
I'm surprised my
Lowe's.
computer's running.
Rel, you know what? You just don't know, man, because you know what? 1, 2, 3 into the foe. Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at the door, ready to make an entrance. So back on up because you know we're about to rip it up. First on the mic. First on the mic, let me bust like a bubble. Compton and Long Beach together. Now you know you in trouble because ain't nothing but a G thing.
And it's copyrighted.
Come on, guys.
Hey, I was finishing it. Get copyrighted.
Ain't nothing but a G thing, baby. Death Row is the label that pays me. Unfadable, so please don't try to fade this. Back to the lecture at hand. I can just, we can talk for days. Perfection, so I'm going to let them understand. All right, so back to this, though. Hold on. So, no, this picture right here, guys, okay? I saw somebody share this, and, like somebody's got to be smart aleck about this. Look, this would be cool, okay? Like, I wouldn't have a problem. Well, I kind of have a problem with Tyler because Tyler just does not belong in this picture. You know who I'd want? You know who I actually wanted
this one.
You know who I'd want in this one?
Who?
Tom Welling.
Now that I can take out Superman, Lois, Superman, I forget his name, but take him out and then put the other guy in. Yes, I agree with that.
Tom Welling with an actual Superman suit. Because he did say that he did want to don his Superman suit now.
But look.
Finally give him the grace.
Here's the thing, guys. I don't know. You know what? Here, let me ask you guys a question. Should I start having Mikey Sutton on this show?
I started laughing internally.
Just asking. Do you all want Mikey Sutton on the lounge?
I have no clue who that is.
He's from the Syl and Mikey Sutton show. Didn't you read the super chat?
Syl Sutton and Mikey Sutton's show.
But that doesn't explain who this Mikey Sutton is. Yeah, it's in the show, but that's the name of the show. But it doesn't.
Mikey Sutton we've talked before, and he's wanted to come to the lounge, and so I'd be happy to have him if you guys want him. You know who else I'm happy to have on the lounge? Mr. Crazy Joe.
Hi.
Oh, let's go.
Okay. So, so you know what? No, but I'm just saying, like, so somebody showed this today, and, like, the first thing I saw was, like, people getting all pissed off about this picture. It's like, you know, like, I'm just like,
it's not that deep.
Can everybody just settle the frick down for just a second, right? Like everybody just goes off on all these tangents and all these things and gets all ticked off about everything nowadays.
Isn't that what Twitter is at this point now?
It's just, oh my gosh!
Please don't tell me this was posted in your Superman Facebook group because I feel like that would like trigger everyone.
If they posted this, dude, everybody just lose their freaking mind.
I feel like it would burn Meta down.
Why would this get people upset when everybody's loving No Way Home? Like, why would people have no problem with teaming up various versions of Spider-Man?
Because apparently people are hating on Superman now. Everybody hates Superman all of a sudden, which I don't agree with because you know what? The reality is people love Superman. It's just Superman. Exactly. Who's Superman? Well, let me school you, sir.
I don't even know who Spider-Man is. We've seen him in like.
This is a job for Superman.
You Superman octopus now.
Is that Doc Soups?
Yep, Doc Soups. That's his name, Doc Soups.
Dr. Soups.
new rap artist will be appearing tomorrow on
DJ
the Syl
Soups.
and Mikey Sutton show.
Seems like a name for a soup restaurant.
Sponsored by John Campia up there in the corner. With special guest Mark Zero.
Oh my God.
Mark Uno. And the turkey.
the turkey that broke the internet.
Powered by StreamYard Duck.
Is that the Affleck duck? Is he getting around him more, or is they just still holding him hostage?
I don't know, but you know what? You cook your duck until it's
Moist, wet.
Moist.
And how,
The
and
way
how do
she
you
just
know?
says it, it's like
You know how you know your duck is moist and wet and ready to go. You know how you know?
No, I don't
How?
know.
It starts farting the 20th century theme.
Honestly, I am extremely offended by that she even got out of the bed and she just wasn't sitting there in awe because of that. That is terrific performance. If someone could legitimately do that, Guinness World of
Well, you know what else?
Records.
You know what else? Your turkey is ready if you throw a little bit against the wall.
Today I'm going to teach you guys how to make a nice Thanksgiving dinner. First, get your turkey. Then, dig in. Ready?
I heard the Affleck duck isn't interested in doing any known IPs anymore.
he was really good as the super duck.
Wait, this just in. This just in, ladies and gentlemen. I have just been handed an urgent message. Andrew Casale wants more Toby. Exclusivo.
Honestly, I did not know he. Did you?
I did not know that either.
No.
But listen. I'm tired of everybody just complaining all the time. Literally, and I'm tired of everybody trying to poke shots at everybody. Everybody's got to be right all the time. Nobody can just be like chill anymore. Everybody, you know, like if somebody says something, like we can't just accept that they're saying that or whatever. Like we got to like tell them why they're wrong and we're right and blah 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 blah. And it's back and forth. And like every channel now, everybody just wants to cause just controversy. Everybody wants to call everybody out. Nobody's talking about movie news anymore. And even when they are talking about movie news, you know what they're doing?
About it.
They're complaining about it. They're complaining about what the other person has said. That's all they're doing. Like, listen, I'm all for like watch. We do 2 cents on nonsense, right? But like that's like one show, and it like kind of has a point, right? But it's like, are we gonna do like every show where it's 2 cents on nonsense, where I just literally go over every Doomcock thing, every John Campea thing, every Geeks and Gamers thing, constantly? Aren't you guys sick of that by now?
See, that's why I love Campea, because people go off on him, but he does movie news. He does movie news every day, you know, and then you disagree with him, it's all right. He moves on to the next thing the next day.
I also, it's weird because like funny thing is I was talking about this earlier this morning and with someone else, is that like nobody really, like some of these people don't really have their own opinions anymore. It's more group opinions. Like one person says it and they're like, oh, that's the opinion we're gonna go with now.
You know what?
Listen, I love all of you guys.
That
I love all
is
of you guys, but
honestly
I'm like, there's been nights where I'm like I'm just gonna go on by myself. And if I'm not good enough, then I guess I'm not good enough. I don't know. I don't want to say that because like I'm not saying it's good enough.
Conformity. It's funny because I actually had to take a psych final earlier today, and
Wait, hold on, you were taking a final. Hold on, this just in, folks. Jimbo was taking a final, and I'm getting word here in my earpiece. Yes, and Andrew Casale was there hoping for more Toby.
Yeah, he was actually cheering me on, saying, "We want Toby, we want Toby." But
you took the final.
Yeah, it was funny because I had a whole answer was about groupthink and social. I can't say the word. My speech will kill me. But it's basically like what we're talking about now. It's like groupthink and hive mind stuff like that. And it's just funny that like hours later we're talking about the similar stuff.
Yeah.
Should you use an example?
No one really has their own opinion anymore these days. Like
no,
they follow like there's one person that'll like say something on Twitter or on a stream and they'll be like, yes, that's the opinion we're gonna go with. Even if it's like the worst opinion ever, they're gonna go with it.
They just don't want to look wrong, or simply they just don't want to be like kind of like the person who has opposite sort of views and be like looked at different. Like, you don't agree with us? Excuse me?
You do suck. You do suck. I will just say this. Mikey is one of the best scoopers. I have it on good sources that he won the fandom award for best scooper.
And there was silence.
Hey, that's a prestigious award.
Hey, I won
Honest?
best
By the way,
panel.
I won for best song. I didn't even vote for it. I didn't even see the place to vote for. Where was I supposed to vote for myself for best song?
I think
I lost all the.
Have you not heard my song?
Associate producer or?
Yeah, associate producer.
Yeah, I heard it when you released it. Yeah.
Heck yeah, it's a good song. It's a darn good song. It deserved to win.
Keaton and I were both up for best panelist, and I gotta say, with all respect to Keaton, last time I checked, I was leading.
Well, I already won.
You got on there? You actually got nominated?
I did. I think
we all did.
Well, now we know.
I won though. So
Who won?
I did.
You did?
I don't think you're correct there. I've checked, and I'm about.
I think I won
10 or 11 ahead of you.
No, I'm being serious.
Well,
Who won
after the
best
stream.
panel?
That was after the stream.
I don't know. Last time I checked, I thought Joe was in the
best
lead.
film. Oh, you already know who won best film.
Hmm?
Were you saying best film?
I don't even know who won any of these things. I didn't watch the thing.
It was Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Is there like a set end
I
date
was
for
like,
this thing?
There was this. I don't
I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna who the best panelist is, and I'm just gonna tell you. I don't care what was voted. Brian, Master of None, best panelist. Done.
Brian's awesome. I can't deny it. Brian's awesome.
I love you all. I love you, but like that's the thing too. Like I'm not even gonna get started on that whole thing because
that's like
because honestly, the thing about that is like people getting all seriously bent out of shape about the fandom awards.
I was gonna make a joke, but it's too soon.
It is. And listen, you know what? Like people who are new to streaming, are new to YouTube, right? Like that's cool that they were promoted, but like people complaining that people who are new aren't getting the fair shake because they don't have as many people. That's the natural progression of things.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, if you got somebody who's been on the internet for a while and they got a little bit more of a following, yeah, they're going to have a better chance of winning. That's just like if John Campea had gotten word of the Fandom Awards and actually promoted it and actually cared, guess what? We would have all been crushed.
I'm just glad I was nominated. I didn't expect to be nominated for best panelist, but I just the fact that I was nominated was amazing.
Everything that even happened, still only had what, like 300 and something votes, and I had 200 and something votes or whatever.
336.
Yeah. Okay. So, and I had like 2 something, right? Here's the thing.
Yeah.
John Campea has over almost 300,000 subscribers. So, can you imagine?
It would probably be
If John Campea
a couple thousand at least.
At one point, just on his show said, "Hey guys, I'm up for this crazy little thing. Why don't you go vote for me?" We'd all been crushed. We would have been done.
If he named it in just one of his streams, that
Just done.
Yeah.
Just absolutely done. Okay. Step here with the 1999 super chat. We've had that super chat up there forever. You got your money's worth on that one, Step. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you, man. And I love that Phantom avatar. That's cool.
At first, when it was like on the smaller side of the screen, I thought it was Magneto.
I have the stream so small on my end that I can't even see the profile pic.
Like on the chat side, it was like I thought it was Magneto. It was like, what is that?
You bumbling numbskull! I can't believe I'm working with these people. Who sends these people? I mean, look at this! Look at this!
This is
Magneto? For God's sake, Magneto! Well, what did you just get pulled up in some kind of cauldron? What the heck? Oh, how does that look like Magneto to you?
It was so
Am I Robert Redford? Look at my profile. Yeah, Robert Redford all day long, isn't it? Yes, you're blind. You're blind.
I'm not Enosh, with your gain, this actually sounds like this sounds amazing as Skeletor. You're
absolutely blind.
Oh, I'm sorry, Skeletor. I'm sorry.
In all my years of comic book reading, I still don't understand why the character is named Magneto. It should be Magneto. Nobody says Magnete. My refrigerator's got Magnetes all over it.
did you watch First Class? Because
Yeah.
she said Magneto, and then
And that
It's not because he's a magnet, for goodness sake, Joe.
is it because he's Neato? He's like his
He's
powers
Neato.
are really
He's
Neato.
He's
No,
neat and
it's
he's a
just his
magnet.
name. My name is not
Magneto.
Skeleton either. My name is Skeletor. Skeletor. Tor.
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 Well, that's only because you're the son of Swedish wrestler Tor Johnson.
Skeletor.
This is not a Skeletor show.
It will be soon.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Look for the Skeletor show here on the Poindexter Lounge coming soon. My first guest is Mad Max. Just letting you know, my first guest is Mad Max. We'll be
Do
getting
the
to know
evil
him.
laugh. Do the evil laugh, please.
Will it be Mel
The
Gibson or
Gain.
Tom
Oh,
Hardy?
The Gain. It's perfect. The Gain. If you ever do a Skeletor show or
Mel Gibson, you. Let me tell you.
Mel Gibson, you. Oh god. Don't Mel
Numbskulls.
Gibson anyone.
I just kept it Magneto. Look at that. It's
Magneto.
not it doesn't even look like Magneto. I gotta leave it.
no? Can we just talk about if we're talking about John
Skullface,
Campia?
come back!
No.
Now look what you've
God.
done.
Oh my god.
Of the earth.
All right.
John Campia is the spoiler of the year, easily.
All right, let's
Won that title.
get to this.
Didn't spoil it, man.
Let's get to this.
Didn't
Okay,
spoil
so what's happening? So Steph says, "What's happening?" Just watched
know
the
what
new
is
Matrix
happening.
movie, and I'm trying to get over terrible movie PTSD. Man,
Oh
it's
my
so
God.
bad.
I still have an hour left on that.
I
have
honestly
30
can't say if
minutes
it's bad or
and-
not because I fell asleep 15 minutes in.
Yep, same. You know what? Same here,
I'm
Joe.
waiting for Tiff to watch it. I'm waiting for Tiff to watch it. So.
Dude, it is the only part I actually was awake for and cognitive had brain cells was when they're playing White Rabbit. I was singing along to it, but what is this movie? What is this movie?
The first 15 minutes, I was very what? And the first
It's
15 minutes
just
makes
no.
no sense if you watch the whole movie. The first 15 minutes doesn't even make any sense. It's very confusing.
Well,
From
we
what-
can
what
say
I
the
saw-
Matrix.
From what I saw, and I slept through most of it, but my takeaway from what I saw was more of the same. Just more of the same.
It's just callbacks to the other shows, other movies pulling up clips constantly and
It's a cash grab.
flashback.
There's no.
They literally
sequels,
said
there's no...
it. They literally said it in the thing when they're talking about pitching the game, which that's the whole thing. It's the Matrix is a game now, and they're trying to make the new thing. It's everyone loves a reboot.
Where
and
Warner Brothers trapped Neo, or not Warner Brothers, some company trapped Neo in.
So basically, Space Jam 2 all over again, but Matrix.
Yep.
Well, it makes sense because they're both Warner Brothers, so Matrix is in the server.
Right.
All right.
All
So
right,
back to Batman.
Yeah, back to Batman.
back to Batman.
Which Batman?
Batman.
All right. Yes. Okay. So yeah. To finish this off. So Warner Brothers declined to comment on Keaton's casting. As previously announced, J.K. Simmons is returning to portray Jim Gordon after first playing the character in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Brandon Fraser is playing the villainous Firefly, a sociopath with a passion for pyrotechnics. Batgirl doesn't have an exact release date, though the film is scheduled to debut on HBO Max in 2022. Now, I heard that it's now coming out in the theater.
The Hollywood Reporter article, we retract the last statement of it theatrical. We messed up.
Oh, that's just.
So it's not coming out in theatrical.
No.
See that disappoints me.
Because if you think about it, it's on that side of the Birds of Prey universe of the DCEU, and if you can see that the Birds of Prey theatrically wasn't very well received, box office wise, and had major streaming numbers, crazy good streaming numbers. So they're it has an audience on streaming, so let's put that side of the universe on streaming.
How's it connected to Birds of Prey?
Black Canary.
Black Canary's not in the movie though.
She is in the movie.
Yeah, she is in the movie.
I haven't heard that. I knew she's getting her own movie. I know they said.
Yeah, with
her
the times, old man. No.
Her appearance in this movie leads into her movie. So.
Thank you, Kenneth. Says Enosh, you're amazing, and without you, none of this great stuff on your channel wouldn't happen. Don't listen to the haters. Ignore them. I'm going to ignore the haters.
Ignore the haters. F the haters.
Kenneth told me to, and now I'm going to do just that.
Yeah.
So that's the show, folks, because y'all a bunch of haters. I will see you next time.
Bye.
Oh my God, he left, guys. It's now.
Okay. Hold up. No,
Yeah,
dang
now
it,
our,
dang it.
it's now our. Oh, dang it!
Let me
I'm
take
just
over
It
the
was the
show.
Jimbo.
I'm just
over the
teasing.
show.
I'm just teasing.
Please
All
give me
right.
the power.
Please give you the power. Give you the power. Okay. So back to this. All right. It's been okay. Batgirl doesn't have an exact date. The same year, Keaton will be seen as the Cape Crusader in the upcoming Warner Brothers adventure, The Flash. The film will also featuring Ben Affleck as Batman and starring Ezra Miller as the title role. Is slated to land in theaters on November 4th, 2022. It's been 30 years. It's been 30 years since Keaton first donned the Batsuit, and in that time, he says that he's been intrigued by the prospect of revisiting his iconic role. So intrigued that he left the franchise altogether.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just because I was curious didn't mean I wanted to do it. Didn't mean I wanted to do it. He clarified on the latest episode of Variety's Award Circuit podcast. So it took a long time, frankly. I'm not just going to say, I'll do it. It has to be good. And there has to be a reason. Unlike Birdman. Bad movie. Such a bad movie.
Birdman?
Birdman is awful.
Oh my God, I loved Birdman.
Okay, Joe.
It's all right.
That's an Oscar winner, man.
I don't care. It's one of the worst movies ever made.
Wow. No, strong disagree
I've never
there,
seen
but
it.
all right.
It is literally one of the worst movies ever made. It is so bad. It doesn't make any sense. It insists on itself. It literally just jumps around, and my wife hates it. I mean, like my wife hates it so bad. I mean, I can't. The only way that I can explain to you how bad she hates it is to just show you how bad she hates it.
Oh, was it that one? Oh, I think I've seen this clip.
So she hates it. She hates it this much.
You muted it.
Yeah, I muted it. Hold on a second here.
Yeah. Get ready for work. Yeah. Tiffany,
Yeah.
what did you think of Kingsman?
I thought Kingsman kicked butt.
What did you think of Birdman?
She's like, don't ask me that. Don't dare ask me that question.
That's like my wife in 300. Oh my God, did my wife hate 300?
This is Sparta.
It's so bad, man. It's just
look, we're
the
right
movie
there.
is so weird. It's just so weird. Can I point out too, like how much weight we've lost between the two of us?
I was gonna say I'm like, wow. I was looking at. I saw your
rant.
face. And I was like, wait a minute. This had to be years ago. And I saw them. Like, oh, I'm like, yeah. Enosh, you can find now.
Enosh right there.
What is this? Is this like the anti?
Notice this. Michael Keaton for Batman Beyond. Yes, please. You see, we did that video. We
They're
wanted
listening
that.
to you. They're listening to you, Enosh. But they're like, let's change it up.
We wanted that. That's what we wanted, and that was way back in when was that? That was way back in 2 years ago. 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
Kevin Smith.
Yeah, this was my epic rant. Given current audience, I don't know that we're gonna play that one.
I'll watch on my own time.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Hey, William's here. What's up, William?
William.
Is William really good though? Is he really
No,
good?
William ain't here. William ain't here.
No, he's not here.
Okay.
A legend.
Okay, so
He's-
back to Bat news. Well, actually, that was it. You guys want to see the comments? What do you think the comments are going to be?
Oh, honestly.
There's one comment, and it's gonna say, "Cool."
Oh, there's only one comment. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
there's only one comment. All right, what do you think? Positive or negative? Positive or negative?
Negative.
Negative?
Negative, actually, because people
We need a tiebreaker.
Hey,
We got a
I think it's going to be spam, and it's going to be a link for boner pills.
Okay.
I go with Joe. I changed my vote.
All right, it's from Penguin. It says, first the comic book movie, Batman 89. Then the movie cleverly interrogating artistic obsession with comic book movies, Birdman 2014. The more comic book movies, this crap. Holy Christ, friends. Suicide is... Wow. Wow.
Wow.
That got really dark.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
I'm not sure what his point is though. Like
I don't know. I'll take the butter pills for 500, Alex.
What was everyone's response to? I came in late.
That was just to the article announcing that Keaton's gonna be the Batman and
that's
Batgirl.
Wow,
that was dark.
That was darker than that Zack Snyder film. Oh, I did it. I'm kidding.
You're not wrong. Anyway,
I'm very confused by that comment though.
HBO Max, they moved this to cinema.
No. Best panelist isn't RJ. RJ's not even here. RJ's
if you're not here,
over
then
on
you're
some
not the
other
best
show.
panelist.
It's clearly me. The only clear choice.
Bell, we anxiously await your second comeback.
I think the best panelist is R.J. Fletcher. This community means about as much to him as a festering bowl of dog
snot. Yeah. But Belle Reeve coming back means everything to us.
Oh yeah.
I mean, she did it once. If you get it twice, that's a good day, Belle.
Belle's a legend.
Yeah.
She's Christopher Reeve's daughter.
So here's the thing.
I heard.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm just gonna say this. I do not want Michael Keaton to be the regular Batman in the freaking DCEU. Does anybody actually want Michael Keaton to be just the regular Batman going forward?
No.
I'm good with it. I'm actually excited about it.
Oh my God. Between you, Joe, I love you. Between you and RJ, like, you're Mikey from the Life cereal commercials sometimes. Like, is there anything you don't like?
Well, yeah. There's a lot of things I don't like.
He doesn't like, I don't know.
Besides Zack Snyder's Justice League.
I don't like a lot of the old Marvel movies, the old non-MCU Marvel movies. I don't like Batman and Robin. I think that's one of the worst movies ever made. I don't like a lot of things.
Batman and Robin cinema.
But dude, like, why would you want, like, okay, here's my problem. You can't have Superman along with 70-year-old Michael Keaton Batman.
Why not?
They're not contemporaries then.
Honestly, I don't know if they ever battled. I mean, if you took Keaton versus Henry Cavill's Superman, all Superman has to do is just simply peel away his
Yeah, but why do we want them? Why do we want them to battle? I mean, shouldn't they be working together to fight crime?
Fair point, but I mean, yeah, but like, you know,
but
I don't know
okay,
what point I'm trying to make my brain cells.
Here's why we want them to battle. Because they're always battling. They've always been battling. Batman and Superman have always been at odds somehow, even if it's just friendly odds. They're always at odds. Even in everybody loves the animated series so much from Superman, and the thing is, the first time that they meet, they're at odds. Like,
yeah, but
that's the nature of Batman and Superman. They're not super pals.
Yeah, but you're talking about a battle of wits. You're not talking about let's come to blows here.
Really? Really? Well, then tell me. Then tell me why Batman has contingency plans on how to beat Superman.
In case he needs to.
He's an intelligent person.
In case Superman goes bad or something.
Oh, you mean kind of like the Batman v Superman plot? Okay.
Right, but they did Batman v Superman, so you don't need that to happen again.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm saying. Don't they need to be contemporaries? Like. I don't want like how can you have like a 30-year-old Superman and a 70-year-old Batman running around all the time, and like a 30-year-old Wonder Woman and a 30-year-old Green Lantern and a 30-year-old or 25-year-old Flash and a 70-year-old Batman?
When does this go into production?
It's in filming right now.
Batgirl's not filming yet, is it?
No.
Yeah, it's filming right now.
I believe it is.
Yeah,
is it filming?
It's been filming since like late November.
So isn't it theatrical?
I think the biggest loser here right now, like I will say this until the changeover happens, is the creative team, the executive team that has to come in behind all this. It is literally like letting a Rottweiler shit all over your house. Before you sell it to new people.
Dude,
I
honestly,
I mean, at least you can clean up that. You can't clean up this. Really.
no, this is gonna be like a shit stain that you have to walk past every single day, like, because you can't clean up. You just have to look at the stain and just realize that it happened.
This is why mergers, when mergers happen, there's what's called a right seat, left seat drive, to where the outgoing people are transitioning out. Right now, you're not transitioning. You're basically literally ripping out the faucets, taking the copper out of the air conditioner, peeing in the pool, and then you're going to be gone. And then that person who buys that house is going to have to spend a lot of time and capital to get their thing into place and either reroute this or undo this. None of these are good ideas. None of these are good ideas. And not only are they not good ideas, with the disorganization since 2013, even if they were good ideas, it's like having a bunch of diamonds and just throwing them all on the beach somewhere and hoping you find them again.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
So,
that's how I feel about when they decided to scrap the Affleck's Batman solo movie. I'm like, wow, that could have made a lot of money. I don't know why they scrapped it, but
because they listen to the wrong people. They listen to whining people. They listen. They listen to people who are never going to see their.
I mean,
movies.
it wasn't technically scrapped. It was the only thing that happened was a change of creative teams, and then Affleck left.
That's scrapped. That's as good as scrapped. I mean,
yeah.
Well, scrapped means it was like totally like scrapped.
Are they doing it?
It was changed.
Solo movie?
Are they doing it? No, it's scrapped.
I'm sorry.
They changed it up and then they got rid of
creatively
it.
changed.
Yeah.
And it's not to the point where it's not even the same thing.
Yeah, and then I keep hearing people say, "Well, the future of the DCU is Batman." I'm like, you mean an entire universe hinges on one movie and one interpretation of Batman? The main reason, and here's
That's horrible.
This is where you got things bad. Is not even if Matt Reeves' Batman is great and epic, no matter what interpretation of Batman you have, you're always going to miss out on a particular demographic because the character has been around for nearly 8 decades almost. So everybody, DC characters, unlike Marvel characters, for the most part, you got grandparents, and if you're 40 years old, you're 4th and 5th generation into some of these characters. So you can't just say, well, Matt Reeves' Batman is going to be the future, because you're going to turn off a good 60% of the people who don't relate to that Batman.
It's because Batman's a jerk.
Batman's kind of like
friends don't sit around trying to figure out how to beat their friends.
Batman is a jerk.
I mean, if I reveal to you all that like I sit around and like reveal how to make my panelists look stupid and how to beat my panelists and how to make myself look smarter than all of my that's right, wrong show. RJ's on that show.
I mean, I do that myself, so you don't even need to think about that. I do that myself. Wow. I mean, when it's 2 in the morning. It's 2 in the morning. I had a busy day. I just do it to myself.
What, you're doing what to yourself at 2 in the morning?
What?
Don't worry about it, right? Mind your business.
You're the one bringing it up on my show. So
the other thing I like about this is it's a unique approach. The obvious thing to do, the easy thing to do, the thing that I probably would have thought to do because I'm not that creative, is just recast Batman. Just like they did with Mark Ruffalo. Ed Norton's gone, bring in a new Hulk. But I like the idea that instead of just being like, oh, we're going to bring in a new actor.
I'll tell you what, RJ. Batgirl can be this if they title the movie Interim Bat Person. No. Interim Bat Person.
Oh, and I agree with RJ. They're clearly going to bring in Terry McGinnis now. The only reason to do this is to do Batman Beyond. So.
Okay, are they? Because that's not what's being told. Right now what's being told is that they're replacing the Terry McGinnis character with Batgirl.
Where? Where's that being told?
Because Batman is the Batman of this, and that's been talked about for the last year. We just read the thing earlier. Is that they're bringing in Keaton to be her mentor, not Terry McGinnis, but her mentor.
Yeah, but they haven't done Terry McGinnis yet. So when they do him, then he's both of their mentors.
Wow, this hurts my head. Just
mine too. Mine
the
too.
sheer disorganization of this.
William, let's just go start our own company and apparently just like make our own characters that like
There
we can actually
shouldn't
make
be.
good stories.
You listen, like I said, you're in the corner office making six figures. There's expectations, and they haven't. And we're not just talking about this article. They haven't met the expectations in 9 years. I mean, so why all this stuff is happening at the end of their run? And it's like,
You know what I do have a problem with though? Is with this whole announcement, with a lot of things that are happening right now, is people are saying hashtag boycott Warner Brothers just because of this.
But you know, William, you say they're not doing meeting expectations. They're getting their best reviews now. Since 2018, they've got the best received films in this franchise, with the sole exception of Wonder Woman 84.
Can I ask a question, Zeno? And Zeno, when I ask this question, I'm being serious. I'm really being serious at this point, right? Look, spoilers for Spider-Man. I'll give you 3, 2. I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you can mute, and then I'll wave when I'm done. But if you haven't seen Spider-Man yet, because I know people haven't seen Spider-Man yet, and I don't want to ruin it for them. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When you have Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire in the movie of Spider-Man, you're literally like you're a half a generation removed from one, maybe a full generation for the other one. Okay. But when you're talking about Michael Keaton, I'm just curious, like, is Michael Keaton really going to print money for Warner Brothers? Does anybody care at this point, except for people like me who are like 45-year-old men who were 12 years old when Batman 89 came out, and we were like, oh my God, I got to see this movie. It's going to be the most awesome thing. And like Batmania hit in 1989, and we were all alive for Batmania. Other than that, are like kids clamoring for Michael Keaton? I mean,
I'm excited to I don't want him to be the main Batman, but I'm excited to see him be Batman again, because even though like Bale wasn't Batman until I think I was like around 10, I grew up when I was younger watching those Keaton films over and over again. I've probably seen them 100 times. So it's technically, even though I wasn't born when it came out, I still grew up with Keaton as Batman.
Same.
If that makes sense. So like, I'm excited to see him back, but I just don't think it has the same impact as like when they had Toby and Andrew in that. That's not the same.
All those encompass literally 18 or 19 years. So your generational is close. But to answer Joe's question, reviews right now for Warner Brothers don't mean jack. Reviews is like giving me some bubble gum to seal up a hole breach. That's what reviews mean right now for them. Because the credibility that they need is with the average viewer, not even the geeks like me. The average viewer has replaced everything with apathy. The people who hate Warner Bros. And boycott Warner, that's a small problem for them. That's a tiny problem. It's the people who just don't care about their product anymore. That's the people that are really, and that takes a long time to grow, and it takes a long time to fix. They've lost so much faith and credibility with the average moviegoer.
Well, no, I agree with you, but I think that's what they've been consistently fixing. Because,
no, he's been doing that since 2013, not just now.
Well, they've been doing it since 2018.
That's
because
like
Aquaman came out, it was huge. Joker came out, that was really popular.
That had nothing to do with them, though. None of those movies had anything to do with them. Aquaman, you take Aquaman out of what the expectation were as a continuation from the Snyder films and China. Now you have an issue. They did everything they could to sabotage Joker. There's a reason why they gave up $500 million, because they didn't distribute it directly. And ask the director what a great time those guys gave him making that movie. So, and even if he
literally had to hire Bradley Cooper to protect the film from the editing room.
Literally. So these guys haven't really done anything. So the problem, like I said, in most the average fan's not even gonna know any of that. The average fan just isn't gonna care. You just apathy is the worst thing. I would rather you hate me, Joe, or love me, but just to forget about me, that's like poison in the industry, in the movie industry. When people just don't care and you become white noise, all they're doing right now is white noise.
But that's the thing. I don't think people don't care. I think people do care. Unfortunately, the box office doesn't show it because we've been in the pandemic and they made the stupid decision of giving everything away for free on television. So when they say like, oh, well, Suicide Squad bombed, it's like, well, frankly, you don't have the numbers to say Suicide Squad bombed because we can only judge it by the metrics you gave us, which is TV streaming numbers, because you gave it away.
And the problem with Suicide Squad and the HBO Max, and I call it an excuse, it goes away from the systemic problems that movie had to begin with. One, its timing when it was made. B, you'd already pretty much sabotaged the relevancy of one of the main characters, but releasing a very bad movie prior to that, and sabotaging the movie prior to that. So by the time you get to Suicide Squad, it's an unconnected movie out on an island. Like, and I gave the example to RJ when we were on his other call today, is the difference between when I walk out of a Spider-Man, we're all clamoring and talking in the theater about what's next in a positive way. I walked out of Suicide Squad. I'm like, okay, what's next? This movie's connected to nothing. And its relevance is pretty much gone. You could have released that movie in the theaters, and it may have made decent money, but it wasn't going to have any relevance as far as any momentum goes. They have no momentum right now. There's no momentum.
I don't agree with that at all. I don't, especially Peacemaker's coming out. That's a direct continuation.
Are you serious?
No.
Yeah, that's a direct continuation of the Suicide Squad.
That's not momentum. That's okay. That's continuation to a movie that they truncated even before they made it. That's not momentum. That's disorganization. That's just throwing shit and hoping something sticks to the ceiling.
That the story just looks I'm just not even interested in.
Wow, I'm excited for that.
On the flip side of that, Joe, I'll tell you this: even if they do make Masterpiece, they've handled things. Like I said, you can sell a turd to somebody if you package it right. All right, but they do the exact opposite. Even their wins, I mean, they don't know how to handle. There's no connection.
I mean, they're trying to do that now with Peacemaker, Black Adam, and Shazam 2. And
have you ever seen a movie where the submarine is going to the bottom of the ocean and what's called the whole deck, it crushes the whole crush depth, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're doing all this now when we start hearing that sound of the submarine about to implode. Great. I'm happy for you now that you finally figured out, since most of you have been in your position since the mid-15s, that you now have to do something with characters that I don't care about at this point. All right, where were you at when you had the Trinity, when you had the main characters? Where were you at to do this then for characters that had maximum exposure? You're now learning a lesson. Oh, we're going to do it with Peacekeeper, Blue Beetle, and
Blue Beetle's going to theaters, man.
Yeah, and like I said,
thank God for that. I'm tired of these made-for-TV movies. I want to see things on the big screen.
Blue Beetle, I think, will do well in theaters. Honestly.
What's up?
I was saying, I think Blue Beetle might do well in theaters. Honestly,
it depends on how much they spend on it. If they spend 50 to 70 million on it, it'll probably do well, because I mean, I don't think it's going to be anything upwards of. I don't think it would break a $400 million movie.
Not yet, Jared. I'm going to try to get those out tomorrow. Just been taking care of a lot of stuff, just trying to get things going. But yeah, I got it right here. I'm trying to get it out tomorrow.
But look at the dollar amount. Let's exclude Suicide Squad, because I don't think that would have done that great. Let's exclude Suicide Squad. So you went from making upwards from $850 million from BVS. Your very next movie you sabotaged. So you had a Zack Snyder executive produced movie in Aquaman, and then you had Wonder Woman. So since then we've had Shazam. Okay. Everybody felt great about that movie, but it's a business, and there's $400 million in this era of superhero movies. That's no pandemic there. Okay, Birds of Prey, no pandemic there. You know, so that's the current regime. That's their report card.
They hurt themselves with Birds of Prey though by giving it an R rating. That should have been PG.
They hurt themselves with Birds of Prey by making it.
But that was a great movie though. They got a certified fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes. It got good word of mouth. The only problem was the people who wanted to see it couldn't see it because it was rated R. Like my daughter, she wanted to see it. We wouldn't let her.
Okay. You thought it was a great movie. I thought it was bad, but even still, let's look at the decision making.
I liked it.
Bird of Prey.
I didn't
let's
mind
look at
it.
this. Okay, let's say it's great. It's great. It's Scorsese. All right. It's not, but let's for argument.
If it was Scorsese, then it would have made
It's
it.
brilliant. It's a breakup movie, and you've already damaged the character that the breakup was about. He ain't in the movie, and you've already you sabotaged.
It's a one-sided breakup movie.
He didn't need to be in the movie. It wasn't about him.
That movie hurt without him being in it.
Oh, he needed to be in the movie.
I think. Well, he was in it in the test screens, but the test screen people thought he should have been taken out.
Yeah, and they need to fire their.
I'm sorry. Do you hear that? Is somebody talking? Somebody talking? I feel like
Birds
somebody.
of Prey. No, Birds of Prey.
I feel like somebody is sharing an opinion, yet they're not here, and we're living rent free in their head.
Oh, stop it!
I have to go turn a light on. I'm sitting in darkness here. Hang on. I feel like I'm in the Batcave.
Yeah, go watch Zack Snyder's Justice League. The light will come on real quick. No.
Oh my god!
I'm in rare form tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and that form is in the form of a butt staring back at the haters. I'm mooning all of them.
Nah, it's just
because when you get caught between the moon and New York City, the best thing you can do is smell a fart.
No, RJ, you're not allowed to be in the chat because you're not on the panel.
No,
Birds,
but yeah,
of Prey, Birds of Prey was affected by the pandemic a bit.
Yeah,
Not fully,
it
but
was actually the last movie I saw in theaters before the shutdown.
Birds of Prey was in February, and the shutdown happened.
It was in January 25th.
Yeah, it was still playing though.
Birds of Prey was affected by its stupid name.
That's part of marketing. That's part of your organization.
Exactly. They messed that up.
Like I said, there's no one decision.
Because I knew I was talking to people who like 3-4 months later were asking me stuff like, "Hey, when's that Harley Quinn movie coming out?" Am I not allowed in the chat? No, you're banned. You're banned, RJ. I love the fact that RJ is actually still listening to our show. Like he's on the other show.
How's he doing both? Is he listening? Is he listening to the show he's on?
No, he's not because nobody is. But that he's listening over here.
Nah, but yeah, like I said, this whole thing is it just needs to be
Patreon. That's all.
And represented. I mean, every idea needs to be put on the table and reviewed and represented to the general audience so that we're excited about this. Right now, it's just not there. And whose job is it to get people going, about these things? It's them, and they haven't done it in a very long time. So
they were going to do that Dr. Phil movie with Joker and Harley Quinn.
RJ, racist confirmed.
Oh my god! Oh, stop!
It's a Star Wars reference. Come on.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah, I don't think he's thinking about dark people.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Reminds me of that Mr. Show.
It's just like...
Reminds me of that Mr. Show with Bob and David bit with the band.
What the hell did I step into
today? Darkness!
Why don't Asian...
You were the chosen one! It was said that you would destroy this sin, not join them! Bring balance to the force! Not leave it in darkness! I hate you!
Was that a Pop-Tart?
But they're like, why did that other one say 8?
Oh, I hate you.
I hate you.
Yeah, I don't mind. Once when I was 7 years old, I sat on a banana. And of course, that changed my life.
What?
That must
You
have
know,
been a
have you
pretty
seen a
firm
banana?
banana.
Did it change your life?
Oh my.
Oh my. Oh my.
I can't reach my penis! And I'm not mad, are you? It's okay, cutie.
Okay, this sounds like a personal issue.
Jared Darkside Xenos is following me.
Well, he has
yes,
Darkseid
Beauty
things
Stock
going.
Blue Beetle is going to make $3 billion.
Yes,
Everyone's going to see Blue Beetle. We all love Blue Beetle. There it is right there.
You know what the funny thing about the Blue Beetle thing is you could probably do a movie like that if you had your universe straight. Because if you can do Ant-Man and have it do barely decent, then you
SK,
can do
I'm
Blue
having to
Beetle.
use this thing. I left my mic at the other building, and this is what I'm having to use right now. So this is all I can use. Sorry.
Whoa, that was
what's the other building?
Was that good if I do this? If I get
that
rid
was
of
for
it?
a moment.
Oh.
Hi. You know what I feel like I should be promoting right now?
Your other channel.
You're listening to Enosh on the Kryptonite microphone.
I've got on the Kryptonite microphone. I've got a couple other channels. I started the church channel. I've got a couple other things, but no, I mean, like right now, I feel like at this rate, I should be promoting scratchless, scentless buttholes.
Does your butthole itch? Does it just ache? Do you walk around all day wishing you had a different butthole? Well, now you can. Available at Walmart for a limited time only are scratchless, scentless buttholes. Don't be self-conscious about your hole anymore. Go to Walmart, get a new butthole, and start your new life today.
What?
I need it.
Scratchless and scentless.
Oh my.
Oh my. Should I just do the rest of the show like this? I look like Wilson from
Wilson from Phillips.
Wilson from Phillips.
Hold on for one more day.
Someday somebody's gonna make you want to turn around and say goodbye.
Till then, are you gonna let him hold you down and make you cry?
Okay, listen.
Don't you know?
Don't you know?
Things
If
will
you change, things will go your way.
If you
hold on for one more day.
And hold on for one more day.
Things will go your way. Hold on for one more day.
I know that there is pain, but you
Hold on for one more day. And you break free from the chains.
He threw me off there. Well, I know that there's pain, but you hold on for one more day and you break free from the chains. Come
Man,
on,
we
William.
got something.
Come on,
William.
We got
Join in, bro.
here.
RJ says the reality of the situation. As soon as we accept the reality of the situation, you know what? When somebody's on their way out, I really don't have to. That's like the coach of the Chicago Bears. I know that guy's going to get fired. I know he's getting fired. I don't have to. I don't have to accept the reality of Nagy being the coach of the Bears when I know he's going to get fired.
I don't believe anyone's getting fired at the DC division, though. I mean, you're talking about a side that's been on the upswing. I don't know why you come in and get rid of those guys.
Because you have your own people, and that's what happens with every single merger that's ever happened.
But they don't have their own people yet. They got to come in and assess first.
No, you've been assessing. This is what you've been doing since this has been announced. They're not going to just start assessing in March. They've been assessing. They got their people.
RJ, we don't want to know what you're dropping off in the toilet tomorrow.
You know what?
RJ, this is the new edgy, sarcastic Enosh.
We're going from buttholes to William.
That's what I'm saying. You should be here on this channel.
I love to poop in the public toilet. Paper towels and soap.
No.
The toilet, the public
Trying to stay on
toilet.
topic.
I know.
Anyway, no. What's going to happen, Matt? Or, I almost called you Max. I'm sorry, Joe. Well, because I'm used to, I mean, in this crazy Dr. Doom thing he does. But anyway, this is what some of those guys their contracts are up. If you look at some of the people I'm talking about, they don't have very much time in their contracts. And what's going to happen is so the head of DC, it's going to be the head of intellectual properties, and that the head of DC who's currently there will answer to that guy, and that guy will answer to Zaslav. And as these positions phase themselves out, like a Keelar, whose position really it goes away immediately upon Zaslav taking the helm. So some of these jobs are going to disappear because the company that is assuming control already has those people in their hierarchy. So these guys will silently, in their contracts, will either get bought out so that they can go other places and get other jobs, or their contracts will expire and that's it. That'll be it. It won't be like JR Ewing on Dallas where he just throws people out in the elevator, but you'll silently see these people go away. That's what happens with mergers. The acquiring company comes in with their own people. They have a vision, and it's nothing personal, even though it'll be an improvement.
But you got to remember, the acquiring company makes reality TV. They make like
the acquiring company as they are makes reality TV. The acquiring company as they will be once this merger is nothing like what they have been before.
But I don't think they have their own people. I don't think they have their own guy yet.
No, they're getting their own people. They're getting their own people. They have headhunters. That's what corporations do. They have headhunters. They hire people to go get their people. Zaslav will say, you know what, I want somebody who's going to do this, this, and this, and that headhunter goes and he or she, they do that. They get those people together and they groom those people in so that when you take over, you're not just juggling, saying, who do I want to plug here? Those people are already there. You've already seen Zaslav naming people and putting people in positions already. So
cupcakes and chloroform, I don't know. I mean, look, Michael Keaton has shown that he can do fight scenes. I mean, look, and that's why you have stunt people, right? I mean, that's why. I mean, like I said, Michael Keaton was just in, was the Vulture in Spider-Man, and he's doing fight, and he's still the Vulture. He's going to be the Vulture in Morbius, and I don't know how that's playing out, but the thing is like they can do that. My thing is that I don't want to see this age gap Batman all through the DCEU, where it's like this big disjointed thing where it's just like a hodgepodge of things, like, hey, here's a Supergirl from over here, and and who knows who's Superman, but hey, we got General Zod and Theora, and we got two Flashes, we got two Barrys, and we got a Batman here and a Batman there, and it's like you look under your seat and there's some car keys, and
Enoch,
what I mean?
Even if they did this, even if they did everything that you just said, Enoch, what they could pull that off if they had proper presentation and organization. I agree. None of these are really horrific ideas. Really, nothing they have come up with has been a horrific idea. Their lack of presentation and organization is what kills it. You put somebody in there that actually knows how to or wants to do this right, and these ideas aren't so bad anymore. But their history, their track record, and right now where we're going to, nobody.
It needs to be execution.
Yeah. And they've done a horrible, horrible job with communicating with their fan base. They have done an absolutely abysmal job, and that includes having DC Fandom, something that was literally created to be the connection to their fan, and that was a train wreck. So really, I don't think anybody can make a real case, an overall case, other than they've had a couple of good reviews recently. I'm sorry, they've had a bad tenure.
You still got a sticker on your hat.
I do. It came in today.
You keep the sticker on those hats.
Keep the sticker on.
You're supposed to keep the sticker on.
Keep the sticker on. That's part of the style.
Especially once they leave. Because this is how it came, and so especially if it's old enough, then if you take this off, you got a circle on there. Then
a little sticky residue. So
so it's not worth it. Rel, you're not wrong. Behold what you've created. Falling off the toilet, man. I don't even think we reached the toilet at this point.
No,
our legs went numb, and we woke up.
Is that what you say when you get off the toilet? You look in and go, "Behold what I have created."
All right, so.
Well, okay, hold on, though. Hold on.
I do that. I take pictures.
So can I? So I will say this: Marvel are getting it right, but what does it mean for the Snyderverse to continue? Is it the characters? Is it that Zack Snyder has to direct it? You know what I mean? Like what is that? Because honestly, I mean, I'm just asking this question, okay? So before half of the fandom jumps down my throat and tells me that I'm not a true fan and that I betrayed Zack Snyder, like Henry Cavill does on a daily basis now, apparently. I would like to know what is considered that, because I mean, if the rumors are to be believed, this movie's going to have Ezra Miller, Ben Affleck, possibly Henry Cavill. It's going to have
possibly
Michael Shannon, right? It's going to have what's her name who plays Feora. I mean, those are all those are all
Angela
Snyderverse.
True. Yeah, she's great.
I haven't heard rumors about Michael Shannon. That's the first I'm hearing.
Nah,
that.
he's official. He's not even a rumor. He's actually
official. Yeah, that's not even a rumor. Dude, we show. Okay, so you might have missed the. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'll bring it up right here because this is official. This was the synopsis. Cast: Ezra Miller, Ron Livingston, Michael Keaton, Kirstie Clemens, Michael Shannon, Anya Treyu, Sasha Calle, and Michael Keaton.
Oh my!
Double the Michael Keaton.
Hey,
yeah.
Even with all those characters in it, I think the key word, my answer to your question would be resolution. It's not just the characters.
Where's Ben Affleck in there?
Resolution of the story arc that was originally continued. Because right now, it is really hard to have a lot of faith in their beginnings of anything when they haven't finished anything. I think that would be a big draw a line in the sand for them is they've just resolved it. It doesn't have to go on forever. Resolve the original major story arc you started and then move on to these things. You don't even have to, it doesn't have to be Snyder type stuff. But if you resolve the biggest storyline that you had coming in for 6-7 years, and then you move on to things, it's a big difference. It's all about credibility and faith, and that's why it shouldn't be restore the Snyderverse. It should be resolve the Snyderverse. It should be finished.
I like that resolve. That's fine with me too.
Yeah, but that's it. I don't
playing zombies odd.
These characters showing up anywhere.
Name your band.
Yeah, it doesn't mean as much to me because all of those characters just reminds me of the major story arc that was never completed. Complete that, then move on. Finish what you started.
Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year to you as well.
And that's what, like I said, I can say a lot about what I don't like about certain MCU films, but the resolution's always been there. I never, ever for one moment in the last 12 years have thought, well, am I going to get a resolution to the story I'm sitting in and paying money to see? It's never happened. It's never happened. All right? And that's what needs to happen with DC. They need to resolve their major issue, then move on, instead of trying to avoid it and do backflips and cartwheels and duck and dodge. Why don't you finish it and then move on?
Speaking of moving on, so there was the Michael Keaton bomb that was dropped, and then of course this. And when I first saw this, I was like, "Oh, cool! Matthew Vaughn wants to make a colorful Superman movie with Henry Cavill. I'm cool with this." I got a couple schools of thoughts on this. First of all, I like Matthew Vaughn because I like my favorite X-Men movie, if I'm being downright honest with you, is First Class.
Yes.
It's just a lot of fun, and I never would have thought that would have been mine, but it is. RJ here says, to me, the margin to get a resolvement or restoration is shortening every day. When we get stories like this, just my 2 cents, though. I get why. By the way, now you owe me a nickel. You gave that 2 cents. I got that trademark 2 cents. 2 cents of nonsense. Tomorrow night, Thursday night, Thursday night, we will be Johnny Pop and I will be doing 2 cents of nonsense. What will we be covering? It begins with a J and ends with an O.
And if he's right, if RJ is right about
Jono?
That's a major indictment. That's not only a major indictment of the current regime, but it's a shackle on the ankle of the incoming regime because they now will inherit the lack of credibility that their predecessors had, and that's horrible. That's bad. That's tragic for that to happen. Drop that kind of coin on a company, and you're going to have to spend a good deal of your time and credibility shoveling through the disorganization and trying to piece together what's good and bad, because the previous guys for the last 9 years didn't know heads from tails.
No.
Yeah.
So I want to address this because this is the other thing that everybody was so pissed off about today and asking me my opinion on. Okay, Matthew Vaughn would love to make a Superman movie with Henry Cavill back in the tights, but the director says it would have to be colorful. Okay. So I have two schools of thought on this this article, right, or this interview. First of all, I got nothing wrong with Superman being colorful. Okay, even Zack Snyder said that he was going to do get to that eventually. Okay, so I don't have a problem. I don't think there's really a point though in arguing about BVS anymore. BVS is great. The problem is not BVS. Okay, the problem is not, oh, it was too early to do this. Zack had a story. The problem is WB cut the story to hell. That's the problem. Can we please just like put that to bed for once? Like, the
Also,
problem
wasn't
is
it
not
Warner
story.
Brothers that put him to do Batman versus Superman? Like,
Well, they wanted him to do it, but like he had a story. He wanted to tell the story from start to finish, you know, and you know, they didn't let him tell it.
Yeah.
So
Cardinal sin right there.
yeah, so like if to me, the only way you could properly judge that is if we had seen all of Zack Snyder's movies, and then be able to look at it and go, all right, this didn't all work, or it did, or whatever. But we'll never know now. There's absolutely no way to be able to tell or be able to know, because they didn't allow it. They literally chopped up Batman v Superman in the theatrical. I mean, they chopped it all up to heck. And then you know, Justice League came out. So look, I'm all for a proper Man of Steel too, but what does that consist of? Like, what is Man of Steel 2? What is that story? How did you get there? The whole point of Zack Snyder's movies were to get Superman to the point where he was Superman, and that he earned that, and that he learned about who he was and figured out who he was by the time we got there. You know, if you just threw in a Man of Steel 2, then Superman would not have been Superman yet. He just wouldn't have, you know. So real quick, while I'm looking at this, real quick while I have it here, question for the guy with the glasses.
I guess that's me.
That's you.
That's pretty much it.
Glasses man. Says, you said you didn't let your daughter see. That's Joe, by the way.
Now I'm not the guy with the glasses anymore. Where'd he go?
You can't answer the question. You can't answer the question. No question for you. No question for you. Okay. So you said you didn't let your daughter see the Suicide Squad because it was rated R. Did it contain content that you disapproved of?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The egg sandwich. I know.
Absolutely. Yeah, the level of violence, the profanity.
The violence against the egg sandwich was terrible.
Well, I think it's important to know like how old your daughter is too.
Yeah, she's she's 13 now. So you know, we'd let her see PG-13 movies, depending on the content. Like, I know my wife had to screen the Eternals because she didn't know if that was going to be appropriate, and she hasn't seen the Eternals yet. She'll see it when it's on Disney Plus, because my wife has a list of things that she wants to cover my daughter's eyes for that she doesn't feel is appropriate. My wife's more of a stickler than I am. Like, I'm
there's sex in Eternals.
Yeah, my wife doesn't understand that. My wife
There's
doesn't.
eternal sex.
Whoa.
Sex between Eternals.
That's actually a disagreement between my wife and I. I think that seems very mild. I'm like, I don't mind her seeing that. My wife's like, no, I don't want her
It's
seeing
very
it.
mild.
It's mild sex. Sex that's like picante sauce. Mild.
It's like they took the Taco Bell sauce that said mild on it.
It's the pico de gallo
Yes.
of sex. It's just cut up vegetables of sex.
What?
It's not sex with cut up vegetables. It's just bland sex.
What is going on?
That 13-year-olds can't see.
If you're gonna have sex with some vegetables, carrots are fantastic.
VeggieTales?
Good for your eyes.
If you like to talk to tomatoes, if a squash can make you smile,
Tomatoes are a
Also
fruit.
do with an eggplant.
if you like to waltz with potatoes up and down your produce aisle,
Have we got a show for you?
But it's PG-13.
But it's PG-13, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, it could be worse. It could be the movie Sausage Party.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Sausage Party.
Now, see. Belle Reeve is all like, "Hey, can we get some extra Diablo sex in the movie? Can we please?" Well, then it's no longer R-rated. It's NC-17 then.
Yeah.
Belle Reeve. So
You don't want to get the spicy stuff in the orifice.
Belle
So
Reeve-
it'll
Belle
burn.
Reeve- But Belle Reeve, I like
my
the way you think. I like the way you think, Belle Reeve.
You don't accidentally want to get that hot sauce in your pee hole.
Whoops.
Okay.
Whoops. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not have a whoopsie moment. Let's not. Whoopsie moment. Wasn't he a jazz singer or like a trombone player or something? Whoopsie moment. I don't know. Yeah, no, but you got to be careful. You got to be careful. I thought that was a I thought that was a pretty big, but I don't know, man. Like
Enosh loved that scene. He was like, "Oh yeah."
I was like, Eternals. And then I ate a peanut butter cup.
Triggered.
So,
like I think
just like.
I think all these guys are going to be transitioned out, and the very first hire they need to make, other than when they hire Rubinoff, please hire that guy, is a PR person. They need to find the best PR person they can.
For half a second there, I thought William was talking about us because there was a gap in the conversation. I thought he meant we were being transferred out.
No, I'm trying to stay on the
like, wait, what?
relevant. I mean, as much as I can, but no, I think we need new management. I mean, there's really anybody has a very uphill case to maintain the status quo. I mean, and there's just not enough there. And even if you made that case, it's a merger. This is what happens in mergers. The new guy picks his people, and we move on with a new company. So this is good.
Hey, Kenneth, the only reason I wouldn't have wanted a Man of Steel 2 to be a brighter Superman like before BVS and all that stuff is because to me the whole point is that what I loved was seeing Superman have to deal with real stuff and like wrestle with stuff before he became that way, before he adopted some of those principles, before he adopted some of those things that made him the big blue Boy Scout, right? And so I just wanted to get that out of the way first of all, like about this idea that like because there are some people honestly that I'm just done listening to talk about like every time they hear, oh, Superman's got to be bright or whatever, like, oh, that's so bad. It's not bad, okay? It's not bad for Superman to be that. The only thing that I liked about what Zach did was that he was saying there's a reason why Superman is bright. There, you know what I mean? There's a reason why
There's a journey. There's a journey,
yes. And I don't think there's anything wrong with having that story told for once, where it's not just the Superman just woke up one day and he was just perfect and he made every right decision and there were no consequences and he's just perfect. And I'm sorry, but people just don't know what they want from Superman. But
Superman's supposed to be perfect.
Here's another thing that goes back to resolution, and what they've done is they've catered. See, the executives and the movie makers are supposed to be stronger than whiny people. And they gave whiny people what they wanted. And what whiny people wanted is the finished product that exists in their memory of the Superman that they grew up with. They don't want to see the story being told. They want Christopher Reeve to pop out of the Zack Snyder movie that I paid to see. Okay, they want that finished product. They don't want and that's okay for a fan. It's okay for a fan to be that way. The executive is got to be held accountable to a higher responsibility to not bend to that. That's where it's all. The fans can whine all they want, and that's fine. But when you're running a business and you're a professional movie maker, you have at some point you have to let the storyteller tell a story and stick with them. And that is what they failed to do. The failure of Batman versus Superman was solely on Warner Brothers executives, solely 100%. All right, the fans whining, that was annoying, but the critical part was them listening to, especially when the majority of those people who whined were never going to go see that movie. They were never going to go see that movie. They were playing this Marvel versus DC thing, like Marvel was sending them a check in the mail every time they said something stupid about DC, and that's where we were at 2013 to 2017 and 2018. It's gotten better now, but we weren't. The frame of mind of the fandom back then was nothing that you needed to be spending $185 million basing your decisions on, and they needed to be better as far as being able to distinguish that, and they weren't. They failed. One of the many reasons why they need to be moved on. I need people that won't fail like that again, because failure lasts. Like I said, we're going to be dealing. This is like Half-Life. We're going to be dealing with this fungus for 3 years now. So the first 3 years Zaslav gets into the company, he's got to scrape the fungus off the bottom of his brand new yacht. And that sucks for him.
He got a new yacht?
The company. It's a metaphor for Warner Brothers.
Hold on a second here. I'm just looking at this before we get into this. I don't know about this. Metro Obelisk Radio says the problem with Superman and Man of Steel is the fact that he was good from the beginning to the end. Why didn't he let the bus full of kids drown in the river? Because he was a kid and he wanted to save his friends. There was no character arc. Metro, dude, I love you, man. You don't. I don't understand though how you don't see a character arc in Man of Steel. Like he literally goes through so much change and has to deal with so much, and they tell that story very, very well. Kenneth here says, good point. Superman and Lois TV show does, I feel, a good balance of showing a Superman character, a family man who's not perfect and goes through struggles. I agree for the most part. Every once in a while, it's a little over the top and it gets a little preachy, but I think that they are doing a good job with that. I know there's a lot of people though who don't like the show because they don't want a Superman to have to deal with that.
The only thing WB worth or CW worth keeping.
The only thing that was done in Man of Steel was make Superman a what?
Goth kid?
I gotta tell you, Gary,
that wasn't Zack Snyder's call. Thanks, Christopher Nolan, but still Superman had no character.
I gotta say to Gary here, I am not a fan of Man of Steel. I don't like that movie at all, but I disagree that Superman was a goth kid in it. I don't see that.
I've never heard that one, but hey, everybody's
I don't know how you don't see a character arc when you literally have him from a kid being scared of his powers, like discovering new powers, and his mom having to calm him down and him having to figure out who he is and how he's going to use those powers, and then having his dad like trying to get him to control the urge to use his powers for fear that his son will be abused or taken away or whatever, and a dad trying to balance that. Look, as a dad myself, trying to balance that like if you knew that your son could accomplish great things, but you're scared that the government's going to come and try to take it because you're not fully aware. See, this is what I think people forget. Everybody says, well, why didn't Clark just run and save Jonathan? How do you know what his full capabilities were in that scene? We know for sure that he did not have the ability to fly. Right? So why do you just assume that he could just run at supersonic speed and just do that real quick and just take him out of that situation? Why? Because Jonathan puts up his hand and says no. That only implies don't come over me. It doesn't mean that he can just do it easily, just with the greatest of ease, and just swing in and do it. It's a bunch of assumptions on, I think, people's part to think that they know what his power set is, because literally the whole front end of that movie is him discovering powers like as he goes along and figuring out who he is. So, I mean, he goes from that kid to all of a sudden going off on that adventure of, being the nomad, kind of going town to town, learning who he is, learning how to control his powers, learning to not be the bully that Christopher Reeve was and send truckers through pinball machines, and just mess up their truck.
Or murders and kills the Kryptonians in the same fashion.
Exactly.
But see, they want the finished product of their Superman. Like I said, the one in their head, and they never let Zack Snyder's Superman be Zack Snyder's Superman. They were constantly trying to shoehorn their childhood Superman onto this one instead of letting this one evolve and become what could have been a bright and colorful Superman. We never got that chance because the people running the show didn't have the backbone to stick with their director.
Here, you know what? Here's another thing that I'm getting kind of tired of, though, too. RJ, you say this, but here's the thing. Man of Steel did fine business for being the first movie in a brand new introducing, just because it's Superman. I am so tired of seeing this. There's like, oh, it was Superman. It should have made $1 billion.
Oh, Dave, hold on. Okay.
Really?
So,
it should have just made $1 billion because it's Superman. You don't care about that it's a different actor, different continuity, different setting, different everything. Like, no, he just doesn't make $1 billion because he's Superman. But then people in the same breath will turn around and go, well, nobody likes Superman. Well, then if nobody likes Superman, then you have to sell people on Superman, and you can't just expect that he's just a money maker and is just can print money. It's either people need to learn who Superman is and need a decent story for Superman to make $1 billion, or nobody likes Superman and Superman's not going to make $1 billion, and almost $700 million at the box office is actually a good take for the first movie, given the fact that it outdid the Incredible Hulk in the MCU's first movie, and actually every movie in that subsequently was like that for DC, and DC hit $1 billion first in its progression of movies. They hit that in less movies than the MCU did, but nobody wanted to give those movies a chance to actually build up. They just expect, because it's DC, we expect those movies to do. If it's Batman, it's $1 billion movie or bust. Superman, $1 billion movie or bust. All these other movies, nah. We're gonna you know what? 500 million is fine for this movie. 600 million is fine for that movie. It's absolutely okay, but not Superman. And they want to act like, well, it's the name brand or whatever. But here's the thing: people forget it's a brand new take on whatever that is. You have to sell the audience. You can't just throw a sticker on it and just be like, "Come and get it."
Yeah.
I'll say this too about Man of Steel. Again, I'm not a fan of the movie, but it had a strike against it going in that Superman Returns. Which is a movie that I absolutely loved, but Warner Brothers backed away from that. Warner Brothers had a movie that did well financially, did actually better than Batman Begins. But the writer's strike and online fans complaining, instead of just plowing ahead and doing a sequel to Superman Returns, they waited 10 years, they rebooted, they like there was a long gap of time. So now the franchise had a stink of failure on it. Before the movie ever opened, before Man of Steel ever opened, there was a stink of failure on Superman because Warner Brothers didn't have the confidence to follow through. If they had done 3-4 Superman Returns movies and then said, okay, now we're going to reboot, it would have been a different story. But right there was like a feeling of, oh, this is a failed franchise that Warner Brothers had no faith in.
It's called incompetence. And to RJ's defense, him thinking that way is one thing. I've heard that over and over again. The biggest problem is that the executives were thinking that way. And that's when you need to be fired. And here's why. BVS was never going to make $1 billion.
Nope.
Man of Steel was never going to make $1 billion. And people think just because you throw the bat on there and the S on there, that's what's going to do. You have people that are literally to this day holding on to Christopher Reeve's Superman with a death grip. Okay. It takes time to show those people that, hey, it's okay to turn over. I'm telling you, you have generational characters, and you have to show them that it's okay to come out and embrace the Superman. And the first Batman Begins made $400-something million. Okay, and that was success. And I promise you, if Heath Ledger doesn't give an all-time great performance in The Dark Knight doesn't make $1 billion. All right, The Dark Knight makes good money. It probably makes good money. It makes more than Batman Begins, but it is nowhere near the phenomena that it was. Heath Ledger did that, and the very following movie basically wrote on that. Not saying that either of those movies are bad movies, but this $1 billion standard is stupid. Kevin Feige does not sit around his office saying, what can I do to make $1 billion? You make a good movie, you tell your damn story, and you reap the benefits of this. This $1 billion standard is stupid. And like I said, if I were in the corner office and I hear that, and when I go through all my hierarchy, say, what do you think we should be doing? The first person that comes up, well, we need to make $1 billion off this, make $1 billion off that. That guy's in the mailroom. All right. That guy's in the mailroom until I can find a way to give him a severance package. The $1 billion standard is stupid.
It is. But 187, 40 years of Superman history. 40 years of what? Superman the movie, great. Superman 2, great, but it has all this baggage to it because of Donner being fired and bringing in Richard Lester and all that stuff. Superman 3, I will say, arguably to me, I think is a good movie. But people for some reason crap all over it just because they don't like the comedy in it. And then Superman 4 was awful. Okay, so I mean, if we're being honest, I have a soft spot in my heart for it because it's the last Christopher Reeve movie. But let's be honest, like, so how is that legacy? And then after that you have the Superboy show, which I have a soft spot in my heart for.
Love that show,
and I love that show. But the reality is half the people, Joe, haven't even seen that show.
Yeah, and that's Warner Brothers' fault because they kept it out of the spotlight.
Exactly,
Because,
it was in syndication. It was
right.
literally it was 4 years of a show that 3 years of it were really good. The John Newton year, the first season was it was really kind of.
Yeah, over on that Superman Facebook group the other day, I don't know if you saw this. Somebody said that Jesse Eisenberg was the worst Lex Luthor of all time, and I said,
saw that.
No,
yeah.
Scott James Wells, a guy so bad they fired him between seasons.
The Lex Luthor in season 1 of that Superboy show was so bad. It didn't look like Lex Luthor, sound like Lex Luthor, nothing. They literally fired the guy, retroed him, and made him an older bald guy.
They made it that Lex Luthor had plastic surgery to disguise himself from Superman.
Yeah, that was funny.
I mean, but the thing is that Gerard Christopher came in that second season, third season, and fourth season and nailed that role. But the thing is like most people never saw it. Now, was that comic booky and still cheesy? Yeah. Okay, but it was fun. It was fun. It was the 80s. Okay, it was the 80s. And then I'm sorry, I'm not sorry, but Lois and Clark: The New Adventures of Superman with Dean Cain and Terry Hatcher, great show. And people want to crap on it now and act like, oh, it didn't do well and it got fired, it got canceled. That's because you don't know the history of that show. That show did not get canceled because of ratings. That show got canceled over politics with the network, because the network wanted to do something else. They wanted to make a movie and they needed to get it off the network. And the thing is, they kept bouncing it around. Do the research. Look the show up.
It also lasted 4 years. That's not, I mean.
It lasted 4 years. They were going to do a 5th season, but the thing is that the studio messed that one up. It was not the show. They literally bounced the show around trying to get its ratings to drop because they had a clause that they could not cancel the show if it did not fall below a certain ratings number. And the thing is, they would move it to this night just to like try to get it out of the way so nobody could find it, and people found it. And guess what? The ratings stayed up. And then they'd move it to another night. And like sometimes you never knew what night of the week Lois and Clark was going to be on, but it still did well because people absolutely loved it. Now that's a show and like 2 movies, 187, that like are considered good, and half the people still want to crap on Dean Cain's thing just because they don't like his politics now. So they want to retro it that the show somehow sucked. Okay, so and people just didn't like Superman Returns generally. So what's the 40 years of Superman history that's supposed to make it $1 billion franchise out the gate? Superman Returns didn't, and you know what? And Superman Returns revisited a brighter, more colorful version, Superman like Superman the movie. Except for he didn't talk, he didn't fight anything, and he just you want to talk emo? That was emo in the biggest way. But
I like Brandon Routh. I hate. I
like Brandon Routh.
That's one of the
I don't
superhero
like
movies. That's one of my 3 or 4 superhero movies. I can count on my hand that I truly hate,
See,
and
I
I
love
finally
And I wanted to love it. I
love
wanted to
that
love
one.
it.
Well,
I
the
saw it so
problem
many
I
times
had
in the theater. I saw it so many times in the theater, hoping that that something would click with me, and it just never did. And I'm
everything was there to
sorry.
make a good movie. Everything was there to make a good movie, but they chose to go back to my childhood Superman. I'm a grown man going to see Superman.
But you know why that is, right? You do suck knows why. Because Christopher Reeve is the only true Superman.
Okay.
See, I was a big fan
They're
of
gonna bring
keeping the
him back
continuity
as
of
a
the first
hologram.
ones.
I'm just saying, like I don't understand what this 40 years of Superman legacy is, because I'm sorry, but
Superman's older than 40 years.
well,
for
yeah,
one thing.
yeah. I mean, but they get that from the Christopher Reeve thing, because everybody acts like George Reeves didn't even exist,
Right.
right? Like
George Reeves
George Reeves was probably the most popular Superman that has ever been.
And
Even
Reeves
more so
wasn't.
than Reeves.
He wasn't even the first, because Kirk Allen was before him.
Well, I know that. I'm not saying he was the first.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that he was the most probably popular, because he was there through the movie serials through the 50s at the height of Superman. At the height, like literally when every kid wanted to be Superman, when every kid had Superman everything.
I love that show, man. That show was just, I have so many good memories of that show, and it's black and white, and I'm watching that as a kid, and that's what made me a Superman fan, because this was before Christopher Reeve even, I mean, I was watching that not the cartoon, but I didn't even see the cartoon until later on, but George Reeves Superman is what got it for me. That's the first ever Superman I saw.
I'm just saying,
by the way, shame on HBO Max for not having that up there, because it was on DC Universe.
Yeah, but again, what is that zinger that says Superman is a $1 billion sure hit, and if it's not, it's a failure? Because I'm telling you, everybody then falls back now and says, well, Superman is not as popular because it's an outdated concept. Well, if it is, then don't expect it to make $1 billion. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it that people don't like Superman because Superman is an outdated concept, and he's older, and it's a more mature thing, and it's it's this, and then turn around and be like, oh, it's the most popular thing in the world, and it must make $1 billion or else. That doesn't make any sense.
Drives me crazy.
It drives me crazy. Like, it drives Rel crazy. Like, anybody who is looking at it rationally understands that you can't have it both ways. You can't say that Superman is not popular but should make $1 billion, or vice versa. Like, it doesn't work that way. Life doesn't work that way. That's not being factual. It's not being truthful about the situation.
And it's being, like I said, it's being stupid to the point where, like I said, executives are $1 billion. Even to this day, if you go over in the Sony or in the Disney offices, the word $1 billion probably doesn't even come up to the point. They're making a good movie. They're making a good movie, even though they've had these $1 billion success. You never hear Feige saying, you know what, that's the litmus test for my movies. You make your movie, and then you go from there. You build your momentum, and you go from there. But Eternals isn't going to make $1 billion, but that was part of his puzzle, so he put it in. The Thor movies haven't. I mean, there's Thor movies that have made $1 billion, but that's part of their puzzle, so he kept going. And not every movie needed in the MCU needed to make $1 billion for him to continue making the movies. So every movie that Feige put out that didn't make $1 billion, was that a failure? No, the $1 billion standard is the dumbest thing fans have embraced in my life. I can't think of any dumber standard that fandoms have embraced than the $1 billion standard. And the executives who do it have failed. The executives that have embraced the $1 billion standard as their barometer for good movie making have all failed, and they're Warner Brothers. They've been chasing $1 billion goat since 2013, and for the most part, they failed. They failed on their own. Their movies maybe you could have gotten to the point where some of these movies made $1 billion. And if they make $1 billion, congratulations! Crack open the champagne, and you get a bonus. But at no point should that have ever been the goal of BVS or Man of Steel. And if it happens, it happens. But if you make good money and good solid movies all the way through, you're probably going to get $1 billion anyway. But that should have never been the goal. And look, Ishihara thought that was a goal. He's gone. Emmerich thought that was a goal. He's on his way out. And it's kind of sad because they tried to view DC through Marvel glasses. Marvel does what they do. Their circumstances are what they are. You know, you're DC. Operate within your history, your legacy, and your business model. And they failed to do that. And like I said, that's just one more thing on the report card for when it's time for them to disappear.
You know, getting back to the topic of Matthew Vaughn.
Hold on. Well, can I just ask a question here? Like, what? I asked this question of I asked this question of a group that I'm in with a lot of our friends. And when I said that, I know that this is just like a one-off comment. So I don't know what the context of this comment is, but
is that even towards you?
Yeah, I don't even know that it's towards me or towards what we're saying. I'm just what I'm noticing is like, and I'm not saying this is you 187 because I don't know the context of your comment here, but I brought this up to some people today who act like you can't teach them anything. They just know, right? They're literally faking it until they make it because like they're trying to prove that they're hard. They're trying to prove that they know more, that they're the smartest people in the room. And again, I'm not saying this about you 187. I'm just saying like I've been noticing this about people in general that like they're totally unteachable. They're totally like they're just like I believe this, and it doesn't matter if I'm wrong. It doesn't matter if I can be proven wrong. I have this set in my head, and you just have to respect that. No, if we're going to be good human beings, we should always be able to be teachable, be able to learn something new. And yeah, that dude Vince, yes, Dean Cain is Asian.
Yeah, he's Japanese, Irish, and Canadian.
Welcome back, Belle Reeve. They always come back.
They always come back. Only if one other person would come back.
You may go away for a minute, but you'll always come back. Let's see. And there was something else too. Hold on, I just saw there was another comment here that I wanted to pick up on. Where was it? Oh, it was. This was a good point here. People already hated BVS because Bale was replaced by Affleck. There were people who just didn't want to give it a chance because it was Affleck, and that's the reality. That is absolute reality. I told you guys, I have a friend who did not see BVS because he heard that Batman killed, and that was enough. Which ironically, Batman '89 is his favorite Batman, and when I brought up to him that Keaton kills like all kinds of people in his films
in sadistic ways,
he literally blocked me, kicked me out of his Facebook page, and never talked to me again over BVS and over that conversation. When in reality, you look at it and yeah, people wanted Bale to continue because for some reason Bale scratched an itch. He clicked something in people's heads where people just were like, hey, I love Christian Bale. There can be none other. And you in Metro, you know what? You're not wrong. I know people who George Reeves, that's their Superman. And listen, it's fine to have your favorite Superman. It's fine to have like the Superman you prefer. And I would never tell anybody like your Superman can't be that. I'm just saying allow other people to have a Superman.
Yeah. George Reeves doesn't stop being Superman for me just because I watched Henry Cavill. I mean, the very first Superman I ever saw is not going to have any less meaning to me because I see another Superman. George Reeves has passed away and has been gone for over almost 6 decades now. There's a difference between embracing a guy who I saw Superman for the very first time and embracing the concept of Superman and knowing that it will carry on. I'm fine with that, you know. And the problem with when they were making these movies, they needed to, when you're doing your arithmetic and your budgets and what you think a movie can make, you had to know that you were going to go, whenever you replace a generational character, you are going to have an uphill battle, and your money is not going to be what you may think it is going to be. Because in the 7-8 years since Superman has come out, Man of Steel has come out, I've had people who absolutely started by hating that movie, and then all the way, and I just sat them in front of Zack Snyder's Justice League in last March, and now they have a new understanding. It takes time to build these type of things up to where you can make the good money, but they never wanted to do that. They wanted to listen to the wrong people. They wanted to panic, and we now we're here with a story that we never got finished, and we're jumping to Batgirl, we're jumping to Blue Beetle, we're jumping to this, jumping to that.
Yeah,
and you're doing, it's almost like a coping mechanism for not dealing with the thing you started. It's almost like a junkie who just keeps doing other drugs without facing the fact that he's a junkie. And that's basically what DC Films has been. Everything but what we started. Let's distract you. Let's show you this. Let's show you that. Let's give you this. See if you forget about this. Instead of resolving this, and you move on. If you just resolve this, then and like I said, not just for the hardcore 1%ers like me. You wouldn't be when we do these test screenings and when we hand out these tickets to people, they're not like me, you, RJ. They're not the upper geekosphere people. These are just regular people who just don't care. I've had to reintroduce some of these people into some of these movies, as far as the genre goes.
Okay, can I ask a question? I'm being dead serious here. Okay, Batman Begins. Do you know what Batman Begins world box office was?
450 million, I think.
I'm looking at it.
Low.
I'm looking at it right now. I just did a Google search for it. 2005. Batman. Who's would everybody in the stream confirm for me that everybody thinks Batman is more popular than Superman, right? More relevant than Superman.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, Superman Returns outgrossed Batman Begins worldwide.
I love you, Belle Reeve. I love you. That's my girl right there. There you go, Belle. Absolutely. Right? He's an icon. He's a friggin' legend. Absolutely. Right? Okay. He's a $2 billion IP, huh? That's such a weird thing to say. It's such a weird thing to say. Yes, he will never die. LOL. So, okay. So, but Batman's so much more relevant than Superman, right? Oh, did you just up it by $1 billion, dude? I swear, man. I love you, 187, but come on, dude. Like, have we even had a $3 billion movie?
No, you have Avatar and Endgame are your 2 billion or 2 whatever billion.
Yeah, and they're like barely over 2 billion. Like this is such an unfair thing to put on a movie.
I think he's being. I think
he is too. I think he is too.
It'll be 5 billion in a couple of sentences.
I know, right?
Yeah, Endgame's almost at 3 billion though.
Okay.
So no,
well,
I mean,
yeah, but how many re-releases? Whatever. Anyways,
yeah.
So here's the thing. Batman. So much more important than Superman, right? According to everyone, is that hold on, I was just reading something here. Enosh, hold on. Enosh, none of us know everything, including me, including you. I agree, man.
Yeah,
we all act like
same here.
Hold on. Everybody doesn't act like that. Though there are people who actually that's their whole shtick is to act like they're hard, like they're better than ever, like they're smarter than everybody else.
Are for.
Exactly. That's like their thing. Like, listen, how many times have I course corrected when I've been corrected on the show? Right? When somebody points something out to me and I go, you know what? You're right. You're right. Somebody literally tried to leave a comment the other day and say that we're all normies. Because we use the term, normies, whatever, and said, you're all just normies. Okay, I guess to a certain point, he said, nobody could be a fan of everything. I'm not a fan of everything, but the stuff that I talk about, I'm a fan of. You notice I don't do a bunch of anime stuff, do I? Because you know what? Because if I did a bunch of anime streams, I have no idea what the frick I was talking about. So I don't do that. Okay, so yeah, I have other people who could talk about those things. That's why I love the diversity of the lounge, because I have other people on who like other stuff. And so I can have somebody else talk about that stuff and we can have a discussion. And so I don't have to be the expert. I don't have to sit up here and like fake it till I make it and make you guys think that I'm super cool and that I'm hard and bad and like if somebody comes at me like I can't show emotion about it, right? That I can't cry, that I can't act like I get hurt, that I can't, get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never going to keep me down. Like I'm just saying, like I'm no, man. No. We're all stubborn, yes, in some ways, but some people are worse. But I
think you're just pissing the night away, if you ask me.
That's true. But when you do that, you drink the whiskey drink, you drink the vodka drink, you drink the lager drink, you drink the cider drink, you sing the songs that remind you of the good times.
You sing the songs that remind you of the best times.
What?
You know what, Johnny Boy?
What is happening here?
Johnny Boy.
Kumbaya.
Next door neighbor. Okay, so but okay, here's the thing. Batman. And by the way, H Barnes, I'm sorry I missed your comment earlier. Yes, Defoe all the way, bro. Defoe all the way. Okay, so Batman, so much better than everybody else, right? So much better than Superman, most popular DC character, blah 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 blah. Well, this is what Google says. $358,858,124 worldwide box office.
And with inflation, it's not even. It's like still that around that number.
Yeah, because it's like it's only 2005.
You did right.
It's like 42% inflation, which makes it almost barely
Man
$500 million.
of Steel box office numbers. We'll do it in real time. Worldwide box office almost double.
Yep.
And another 44 million in DVD sales from that. I don't know. There's 4 more rows. What are these 4 rows? I don't know. What are these? Did we miss 4 rows? I don't know. Okay. Domestic video sales of 120 million. So altogether, it takes it up over almost 800 million, right? Almost 800 million with the video sales and stuff. So my question is this. If it's so much better than that, if Batman is so much better, then what the heck? Just answer me that. But nobody liked Man of Steel, right? It sucked.
It's even with
nobody saw it, right?
Again, even with inflation with both of them, Man of Steel still makes more than that movie.
Well, the fact that the 2 movies he made Man of Steel 678 something, and then he went to BVS and made more. Your trajectory was going where you needed it to go anyway.
Yeah, because his next movie could have been $1 billion.
Yeah, but because of what was going on some other person's company that they had nothing to do with, they were running their company with them in their rearview mirror when they shouldn't have been. And it's
there could have been a chance of you hit the leave studio instead.
I hit the studio thing instead of the.
I've done that before, not as a host,
but which is it? Hold on. Is Superman overrated as hell, or is he outdated?
I think people are just messing with you now.
That's what I'm saying. But even if the Dark Millennial is messing with me, okay, and saying the same thing, do you understand though? That, these are things. Look, first, if you're really saying that, then I don't think you understand what those terms mean. But second of all, dude, who cares about the drop? Movies drop all the time.
Well, and it still made that much money with a 70% drop.
Yeah, still with a 70% drop, it still made that much money, dude. It still made more money than Batman Begins. First Batman movie in a series made $350 million, but people go, oh, but it's Batman. He's so great. It was so artsy. It was so cool. It was so neat. And it was. I loved Batman Begins. But Superman does almost 700 million, and everyone's like, oh, it's such a disappointment. It should have made over $1 billion. It's Superman. He should have made more money. But Batman's more popular. Batman's bigger in the public's eye, blah, blah, blah. Which is it? Literally, which is it? I'm so sick of this argument. I'm so sick of this. But here's the thing. BVS should have made $1 billion, huh? Okay, well, let's look at something then.
Hey guys, I'm gonna run. It's past 4 a.m. here on the East Coast.
Oh yeah, wow, it's 4 a.m. Wow, this night went fast.
What's that?
How's Armageddon going? I'm really rooting for you on this.
Oh, thank you. No, nothing yet. Nothing yet. I still can't get over 2 years ago when I heard the song in a 50s diner. It's like, what? This is a 50s themed diner. You're playing 80s music. What the hell?
I don't know how the hell you haven't stepped into a building with this. I was in 3 different places today, and they all played that song, and I don't know how you're making it through. Every time I heard it, I thought of you. I'm like, oh man, what if this is playing where Joe's at?
I think I'm lucky because of all the
BVS
cover
made $1 billion.
versions. I hear the song, but it's got to be the
Really?
original Wham version. So
Okay.
It made.
All right. Well, good luck, man. If you do it, get a T-shirt and say I survived Armageddon.
Thank you. Only a couple days to go. So,
like BVS made $1 billion with inflation.
Did it really? Okay, so we got here. The Dark Knight made $998 million plus $300 million in video sales. Okay, so so you got here, almost basically roughly, 1.3 billion, right?
Thank you, Heath Ledger.
Exactly. Okay. Now, let's go to just the strict numbers. Batman v Superman. Box office number. Why didn't that populate the same? That's weird. That's weird that it doesn't populate the same.
All right. I don't
just
think
do
that,
box office. Don't do numbers.
I don't think that it's fair to compare Batman Begins to Man of Steel. The circumstances and releases that led it through. They were different, but the thing is that they shouldn't have been. The problem is comparing BVS and Man of Steel to anything.
Exactly.
I mean,
well, okay.
wrong,
So you got
330
million in domestic, 447 in overseas, right? So that's 774 there.
It's like 880.
So it's like 880 all together here. And then I wish that it popped.
If they released BVS today, like without the pandemic and everything, it would have made $1 billion because of these numbers. Like if it made these exact numbers, it would have made $1 billion today because of the inflation.
I wish that it would have populated up and shown us the
little grid
DVD sales too, because worldwide box office here for Batman v Superman. It was at 874 domestic box. Okay, domestic video sales 82 million.
It looks like it.
Oh, here it is right here. Here it is. Good. Also, BVS was on the top of sales for 5 weeks when it came out. For 5 weeks, that it was on the top of Blu-ray sales, and so so you got here 872 million plus 82 million. So that's 150 million. So right there, it's over $1 billion. In between box office and
DVD
sale and DVD sales, right? And then you figure for inflation, that's just a little bit more. So the second movie, okay, a movie that literally got chopped to death, that got interference by the studio that chopped out a half an hour of the film theatrically, that made people think that it didn't make any sense and blah blah blah. There you go. With now I know somebody's going to try to chop that up and go, well, no, it doesn't really mean that, and it doesn't mean this, blah 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 blah. There's the numbers.
The numbers are right there.
Numbers are right there. It be between box office, it made just short of $1 billion at box office. And it's arguable that because everybody agrees that the Ultimate Edition is leaps and bounds and light years ahead of the theatrical edition. So everyone, including RJ, has said that the movie makes more money because it has better word of mouth and better attention if you release the Ultimate Edition. And can we also just acknowledge this too? There is a bias against DC films because people feel like they have to hate on DC films if they're a Marvel fan. And that's just,
Yeah.
You don't think that it's fair to compare Batman Begins to Man of Steel. The circumstances of their releases and what led up to them are vastly different. It's apples to oranges, in my opinion. Yeah, Superman had a much more torrid past than Batman had to get made.
We're not comparing. We're just saying like the people that are comparing them are dumb because they're pretty much the same, and if not even more.
Exactly. And Batman's supposed to be more popular, and Superman actually had a much harder time getting made when you consider how many failed Superman projects were put into place. You had the Nicolas Cage Superman. You had Superman Flyby by J.J. Abrams. You had
That was almost Cavill's one.
Yeah, that was I mean, like you have all these failed things, and then you have the failure of
Justice League Mortal.
Well, Justice League more. I mean, if you want to call that a Superman movie, but I mean,
Yeah.
it was a start and stop. But then, like, even though Brandon Routh's Superman actually made more than Batman Begins as well, then how is it not fair? Batman's more popular. Batman should make more money. That's what everybody's point is that it should have made more money. It should have made. You can't tell me. You can't give me a good reason why Superman should just make more money.
Okay. You just put up on this whole thing that you just laid out. That is the genesis of failure. What you just laid out and all these comparisons, if from an executive's point of view, from what they did, is the genesis of failure. The comparing your movie and the thing that you're using to start your world with anything else was failure from the start. Those movies ended up being quality good despite that built-in failure, but they had failure built in from the fact that they were trying to drive their car while they had their necks over at what Marvel was doing, and that's why they failed. The buck stopped with them. You comparing it didn't make $1 billion because of what somebody in a company that you don't work for and will never work for is doing. That's what you're judging your world building on. Your long-term world building that was supposed to last and go 5-6 years and branch off into other things. You use someone else's game plan. Well, maybe I should hire that person then. Why do I have you if you're just going to look at what someone else is doing? Why don't I just hire that person? Why don't I fire you? And aptly, look who got all those people are gone. Very few of those people are gone. And the last two remaining ones are on their way out. But the main people that made those decisions, they're all gone. You don't for various reasons, to be fair, but they were on their way out for different reasons. But whenever you start to build your world and all you can do is look at someone else, someone else has built. Like I said, for a fan to do that, that's cool. Fans don't manage millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. So for a fan to have that opinion, that's great. But I'm hiring you to build my world, and all you can do is rubberneck over to what somebody else is building. You need to join the ranks of the unemployed.
Nick, Aquaman followed the trend of where those movies were going. Each movie was making more money. Each movie was doing better. The main characters that were doing that were getting more attention, and you had those characters. Aquaman, a character introduced in Batman v Superman, right? Part of a Justice League movie that people then got to see Aquaman, and Aquaman, even at least in Justice League, was an enjoyable character. Was a character that people enjoyed and really liked and responded to, and wasn't even like you could say that probably out of all the characters in Justice League, Aquaman probably was the least
He was a MILF magnet, and that's another thing.
Oh yeah, That's another. Well, nobody wants to talk about that either. I mean, literally, I just talked to somebody tonight about this because I was over at somebody's house and their kid is a huge Aquaman fan now because of Jason Momoa. He's a 19-year-old kid. He brought me all these Aquaman comics out to show me these Aquaman comics, and the first thing his mom said is, "Yeah, and Jason Momoa is really nice to look at."
Okay. Nick Williams. So now, triggered by that night, it's natural progression, and B, you take away those movies that led up to that, you may not even make that. And when we promoted that movie, and that was we heavily promoted that movie. We gave over 200 tickets away, and the majority of them were normal people that were not comic book type geeks. They wanted to go see this movie, and they had seen the other movies. They weren't geeks like me, but they had seen Man of Steel. They had seen all these movies. They thought, because they weren't on YouTube, they weren't on Twitter, they weren't under the sheets like we were, that what they were seeing was a natural progression from what they left off. Most of these guys, even to this day, I've shown the Snyder Cut to people who didn't even know about the drama. The majority of people did not know what was going on behind the scenes. They thought they were seeing the natural step to what they had seen. So but if you would have told them, hey, by the way, this movie's been cut away from just about everything, and you're probably never going to see anything like this again. The movie that brought this character to your lap, you're not going to see that anymore. A lot of people would have lost steam about that. But the fact that it made $1 billion, it was released in 2019. They were not 3 years ahead of the game at then. They did that. The fact that a Zack Snyder executive produced movie got to $1 billion after the natural progression of starting out from 678 million and got to $1 billion, that's not a defeat. That's not an indictment on BVS. The expectations for BVS being $1 billion is stupid. It's stupid. And it poisoned their well all the way up to now. What we have now is because of that stupid assumption by the executives at Warner Brothers, who are no longer in their positions.
I'd also like to put, Andrew, I don't know why you're posting as two different accounts in the chat. Because this is Andrew.
Can you even do it?
Comedy Video 3. Yeah, he's got two different accounts. He's obviously got two windows open or something. So I don't know why you're doing that. But okay, so if we're gonna let's talk about Spider-Man 3 for a second, because I think you tried to hide the fact that's you, but it says it's crazy how the worst Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man 3, earned more than BVS, and you're like, what are you talking to yourself? Hey, I like Spider-Man 3. Don't trash it. Okay, whatever, dude. Let's look at that. It made $894 million worldwide box office, so it made a little bit more than that. And what did Spider-Man 3 come off of?
Spider-Man 2, one of the great ones ever made.
Spider-Man 2, what is considered one of the greatest comic book movies ever made. Yeah, people went to see it. And it barely made more money at box office. Now, yeah. I don't know what for inflation. I mean, what year did that come out? It came out 2007.
Well, once again, the same analogy with Aquaman. Because you released a great movie in Spider-Man 2, you had the faith and credibility to go on and do well, even though whether that was a great movie or not, to go on. You had that credibility with the fans, and that's Aquaman benefited from that credibility that was built, that was started back in BVS.
Well, RJ, you're absolutely right. It would have made another 100. All it needed was another $150 million to make $1 billion. So literally, even with that drop, it almost made $1 billion.
That's a win. That gets you promoted, not fired.
It gets you promoted. For inflation, Spider-Man 3. Inflation, Spider-Man 3 made $1.2 billion.
Okay, there you go.
And a lot of that was because of Spider-Man 2 being as great as it was.
Exactly. But the thing is, here's like RJ, yes, and I agree with you. If it would have made $1 billion, so it was only $150 million behind. And Keaton just pointed out the fact that if you adjust for inflation, it made $1 billion.
Yeah.
In the current market, and it had enough DVD sales to push it over as well. So
exactly.
So I don't understand what the point is. Like, so yeah, if Warner Brothers hadn't meddled with their own movie, it would have made a lot more probably than another 150 million because it would have had better word of mouth and whatnot. So it kind of proves the point that it just doesn't mean that it has to be like there were obviously like everybody who comes in, well, it didn't make $1 billion. Ha, look at their Batman v Superman. It sucked. No, it didn't suck. They messed with it.
Back up real quick. I just want to address something real quick.
RJ's
comment. The last comment.
RJ's.
Yeah. Okay, the word of mouth. He's 100% right there, but you have to realize the environment of stupidity that we were dealing with in 2006. You had people talking crap about our DC movies that were never going to see them. It was like a football team on Ohio State versus Michigan. The good number, and I saw these people. I met these people. I went to the movies with these people. They were never going to see this movie. It was a fad. It was an in thing to say something stupid about a movie that they were never going to see. So yeah, he's right, but it wasn't organic. The kind of word of mouth that they weren't getting wasn't all to do because everybody walked out of the movie and they hated the movie. A lot of the vibe and the atmosphere that was created, it's gotten better. It's not as bad as it was back then, but it was stupid. I would hear people trashing Batman versus Superman, but when I handed them a free ticket to the movie, they never took it and they admitted that they never saw the movie. But they would be talking in circles and in conversations about how bad this was and how bad Cavill was. They never saw the movie. Yep. Right? I'm handing them free tickets. I'm saying, come down with me and watch this movie. Oh, no, it is. So the word of mouth, he's right, but it wasn't. It's a little bit more than that. It was this big college atmosphere that went towards these Marvel versus DC things that made things really, really stupid. And that's why when you can get a higher rated movie or a more accepted DC movie now, because a lot of that stupidity is waned. Now, after Zack Snyder, I got people who would never have sat down.
This is not true. This is absolutely not true. This is revisionist history, dude. I'm sorry, but this is absolutely revisionist history here. To act like Man of Steel was the follow-up to
Batman
Dark
the animated
Knight.
series came out and everyone loved it, and that's why.
This is not true, dude. Nobody was looking at. Look, I get it. Christopher Nolan was a producer on it, whatever. But nobody was looking at Man of Steel as the follow-up to the Dark Knight franchise.
Can we bring him in? Because these comments, I
know. Well, that's the thing. He's not here, so it's like I don't know.
The words on the screen don't have the context and tone that I think he means them in, because I don't think he means it that way. But what I was saying before,
that Voices Batman Begins was following Batman and Robin. First of all, Batman Begins was years.
It was
after
9 years. It was 9 years. After.
9 years after Batman and Robin. Man of Steel was literally one failed Superman movie after another, and then they finally got Superman Returns off the ground, and that movie did not click with everybody. And so they were literally trying to rebuild a franchise after they had already tried to rebuild a franchise. They based Superman Returns off of the old franchise because that's what everybody said that they wanted, and then they didn't get it, and nobody wanted it then. Now You Do Suck asked us to do this, and so I wanted to pull this up. Hold on a second. Where's You Do Suck's comment here? Hold on a second. What's up, H Barts? Because he said let's do Dark Knight Rises, and I can't. Okay. Here he says let's do Justice League versus Dark Knight Rises. Okay, so you got Dark Knight Rises here. What did Dark Knight Rises follow?
It followed one of the great all-time single performances.
The Dark Knight. Now, all of us, everyone. We only have 3 of us on the panel. Do you guys think that Dark Knight Rises is $1 billion film on its own?
No, absolutely not. It makes good money. But you take Heath Ledger out of the Dark Knight, and I'm sorry, I can't even watch that movie anymore without. I
only made 158 million in video sales. So,
and once again, this sequel led to the very next movie being a $1 billion movie. That's exactly what happened with Aquaman. It was a natural continuation. Even there was a lot of people who weren't in. I know a lot of people, even though we hate Justice League, there's a lot of people who didn't have a problem with it. All right, we do, but there's a lot of people who went to see Aquaman based on what they saw in Justice League. So Aquaman made $1 billion, but it was a top of a peak that took from 2016 to get to.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's.
Somebody said that Aquaman was fun and BVS was dark. He never meant for Aquaman to be dark. He was trying to tell one part of a story. He never meant for everything to be like the story that you were telling. We just never got a chance to see him finish. And that's the sad thing about it. If we'd have got a chance to see all this get resolved, I think a lot of these people would have gotten where they wanted to be. But they couldn't let the storyteller tell the story.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's smarter than Chris Terrio, an Academy Award winner. Everybody's smarter than a multi-million dollar director, Zack Snyder. Everybody's smarter than him, including a Warner staff who replaced the guy who got them all those guys. Ishihara didn't get Nolan. He didn't get Snyder. He didn't get any of those guys. The guy he passed up is who got those guys. So everybody was smarter than the people that were actually trying to tell the story. You know?
Mm-hmm. And here you have the worldwide box office for Justice League, which is $657 million.
And even it barely budgets that with inflation.
Mm-hmm.
Like adds 2,000. So
that's your drop of credibility right there. By the time we got to Justice League now, like I said, somebody brought up Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel making $1 billion. You take Captain Marvel out of the Infinity Saga, Captain Marvel makes maybe not. If it makes half of that, they would be happy.
For sure. Captain Marvel doesn't make $1 billion on its own. If it's not the lead into
Endgame.
Endgame, yeah.
And you know why? Because there's credibility. Feige doesn't build $1 billion movies. He builds credibility that leads to $1 billion movies.
Yeah.
And that's all there is to it. He's not aiming for $1 billion. He's aiming for the credibility and trust of his fan base, and they give him that plateau. Right. And that's what needs to happen. I don't think it's going to happen with the current regime, but it needs to happen with the second. I don't even care about the billion. If Zaslav releases a bunch of really, really good movies and they all do 700 million and 800 million, and he's managing it, I'm fine with that. I don't get any of the billion. I don't get any of the 700 million. So, but if he makes some solid movies and builds a solid universe, the $1 billion standard needs to go away. Make good money, and with streaming, it means even less. Because if you're no longer judging a successful movie just based on what you pull in the box office, you're judging your whole entire company. How many subscribers did I retain? How many people are watching this movie I just spent this money on, and the other stuff that they're watching? That's how Netflix does it. You jump on Netflix. That's why they don't have to advertise. So Netflix is the worst company as far as pushing their stuff. They don't need to, because once you dive into Netflix pool, you're in. Once you start watching The Witcher, you start getting recommended a whole bunch of other stuff that you never even need to see a commercial for, and that's what streaming is going to be. So we're in a new world. So now,
yeah. Look, I'm just saying. Like, I just feel like a lot of.
But Steve RJ, that had nothing to do with the quality of the film, though. That had a lot. He's right, but that had a lot to do with things that should have not have had anything. The climate had nothing to do with the quality of what Zack Snyder was trying to do. And the studio, being absolute boneheads at the time, had nothing to do with the quality that what Snyder was trying to do. I mean, these are things that existed, but they should not have had the adverse effect that they did. And the executives allowed it. They steered their ship based on that climate. And that is not what you do when you're the boss. You're the boss because you think outside of that box, not because you listen to the noise inside the box.
Okay, now if you want to talk about what's not even a comparison, this is not a comparison. Do you understand that there are still people who don't even know what Zack Snyder's Justice League is? Like, either they've never heard of it, or they don't have access to it because they don't have a streaming service that it is on, or they think it's a director's cut of a film that they've already seen, and it was never in theaters. So you can't compare No Way Home to Zack Snyder's Justice League. But I will say this: I find it interesting that even with Zack Snyder's Justice League and No Way Home, with all of the hype for No Way Home, Zack Snyder's Justice League still was talked about more on Twitter than No Way Home. But you can't compare like box office because there's no box office for Zack Snyder's Justice League. And there's no way that it's not like they were able to hype it up or to put it, they didn't put it in theaters.
And that's the future right there. That's the future. What Zack Snyder's Justice League did, trust me, the new regime, the future regime, we don't have the numbers, and we don't know everything. But tell you what, the guy who's getting the keys and his people, they got everything in front of them, and they're looking at all these things. He is trolling. He's just messing. That's why that's why I try not to respond. I know sometimes the chat just wants to have fun.
I know, but the thing, okay. So the funny thing about that though is I know we're having fun with this, right? But like that's why we're answering it is because there are people who hear those talking points, right? And that's what they run with.
Exactly.
That's literally what they run with.
And that's what happened in the mid 2016s and stuff is everybody ran. Instead of sitting down watching the movie and giving the movie a chance, they ran with what their buddy said and what their other buddy said. And instead of, maybe I won't play this game. Maybe I'll sit down and invest the time. Now we do that. And it's unfortunate that we had that period of time where we had that going on. And it is much better now. It's much better now that if you release DC movies now, they're a little bit more accepted because you don't have that whole atmosphere. And but Iron Man 3 reached $1 billion mark, and it's not a good movie. That once again, credibility. Credibility is everything. If you fed me a good diet for the last year, when I come in, if you fed me great every day and you're my cook, right? What am I going to expect when I come in the next day? Greatness, right? You're going to expect that. If you've given me a mixed bag of stuff, you cook steak one day and then you give me top ramen the next, and then the next week it's prime rib, and then the week after that it's just popcorn, then I'm not even going to come back.
RJ, it was a crossover between a character who's had one movie and the introduction of a Batman. Literally, it's not what you're making it out to be. They didn't do what Marvel did, where all these characters had like a couple movies under their belt to where people knew what they were. People didn't know what to expect from Ben Affleck.
And Marvel's benefit, and like I said, they're going to face this problem with Wolverine when they have to recast him eventually because Hugh Jackman's not going to play that. But DC had to pry. They had to pry that fan from the clutches of
not the same. Batman. Yeah. But I'll just say though, to go along with this, BVS did not enjoy the kind of bump that Captain Marvel did. Captain Marvel was set up as a must-see movie because, oh my gosh, we're introducing this character that Nick Fury called upon in the last movie, and we've got to see this to know who she is and what's going to happen, how she's coming. And it wasn't even that movie. Wasn't even that type of movie.
That movie was an insult to me. I was so pissed when I left that movie.
But you know what I mean? Like that movie made that much money because that movie was sold as being something that it wasn't. And you didn't have to see Captain America or Captain Marvel. You really didn't have to see it.
Not at all.
But they sold it as a must see because Marvel's good at that. Let's not take away from that, right? That Marvel is good at promoting.
Exactly.
You
could sell me Blue Beetle. You could sell me Blue Beetle if you had the credibility coming up to Blue Beetle. Right? I laugh at the prospect of Blue Beetle and how many people are going to get fired for even greenlighting that. I laugh at that. Why do I laugh at that? Because I look at the track record. But if the track record had been solid and not all over the place, you know what? Blue Beetle sounds silly, but guess what? You fed me good steak this whole time. I trust you now. I trust you with a ridiculous concept like putting Blue Beetle on the screen. I trust you now, but I don't. Why? What do I have to trust you with a Blue Beetle or anything else? There's no benefit of the doubt. Marvel has earned the benefit of the doubt where DC spent since 2013 not. And that's something that's got to change with personnel. That can only change with personnel. No matter what they do now, no matter what announcements they make now, the credibility gap is too big to overcome at this point without an entire new hierarchy coming in and announcing, not just coming in quietly, announcing what they're doing. There needs to be a DC fandom immediately. As soon as they name a new head of DC films, there needs to be a DC fandom, because, like I said before, over and over again, the worst thing that DC has done is not communicate with their fans. I don't say give away everything, not give me everything that the movie's about, but they have
RJ. I was an adult when that movie came out. Nobody felt that way. They were excited because it was a new Superman movie and it looked like it was going to be some realism. Nobody thought it was a sequel to The Dark Knight.
$3 theaters here. And Amati is going somewhere. Like I said, they just don't keep these people.
Okay.
Give me an example. Give me an example of where a merger happens where they spend that much money and they just let the hanger on, just hang around.
But okay, so I was doing some math on someone's comment saying that both Man of Steel and BVS combined equals Batman Begins and Dark Knight. Actually, no, it doesn't. It's Batman Begins and The Dark Knight makes 22 million more combined than the first two, Man of Steel and BVS. So that statement is completely wrong, because, like what Enos was saying, is because of the history of Superman and because of the films that they're coming off of. They're not really comparable because of those things,
Now that seems like H-Barts to me, because H-Barts calls me Enish a lot. So that
Batman is not going to be enough to keep these guys in place. The Batman is not going to undo 7 to 8 to 9 years of bad decision making, and the fact that these guys have their own people. What is so hard to it? Mergers? That's what mergers are. They bring their own people. It's merger 101.
So I want to get I still haven't really okay, after working with Henry Cavill, the upcoming feature Argyle, director Matthew Vaughn couldn't help but think back upon his dream job of helming a new Superman movie. Previously, Cavill played the superhero, obviously, blah blah blah. People are wanting a sequel. While promoting his new movie, The Kingsman, in an interview with The Wrap, Vaughn said he was lobbying to direct a Superman film before Snyder was given the keys by casting Cavill in Man of Steel. The plan at Warner Brothers is to reboot Superman with writer Ta-Nehisi Coates. That's
okay. I'm already done with this article.
Yeah, that's neither. Yeah,
I'm already done. Next.
But Vaughn still thinks there's enough room in this world for Cavill to get another movie. Yeah, there is, because it's not as clear and cut and dry as they're just going to reboot it with that. That's going to be the only Superman. There's no evidence of that. I mean, we got another Superman coming apparently from Michael B. Jordan, which is the Val Zod character, and we got different characters, so it ain't that simple. So what he also wants to see happen with the next film is for Superman to bring back the bright and colorful tone of the Christopher Reeve movies. Again? Are we going to try to just keep remaking the Christopher Reeve movies? Are we just going to be stuck in 1978 for the rest of our freaking lives? Like, is that the only Superman movie that can be made? Is that the only thing that people are going to actually ever think about again? He says, I was desperate to do a Superman film. So you were desperate to be the next Bryan Singer. Come on, Matthew Vaughn. You're better than that. You're better than that. Look, like I said, First Class, my favorite X-Men movie. It's the one X-Men movie that doesn't seem like it's bogged down with a bunch of idiocies. I was desperate to do a Superman film. Desperate. I pitched a big Superman movie before they made Man of Steel. I just got to work with Henry Cavill, which was lovely, and on Argyle, and he's unbelievable in it. I still think there's room for a new Superman film, but a proper Superman film. This is what I don't like.
Who determines what's proper?
Who determines what's proper? Who determines what? So only Christopher Reeve's version of Superman is proper now? A colorful, fun Superman movie, not a dark one. So only that counts. This is the same BS that is in that stupid Facebook page. Is this is the only one that counts. This is only a colorful one. I'm fine with a colorful one. I want colorful Superman, but don't use it to take jabs at things that other people like too. That's the problem that I have with this. As Matthew Vaughn explains, dark superhero movies might work just fine with certain characters like Batman, but he feels it's not quite the same with the Man of Steel. Says you. There's room for Superman to be both dark and light. Read a freaking comic book. Read a freaking comic book, and you'll see that Superman has taken on everything from light fare, like the Toy Man, who is really not really light fare because he's a dark, sadistic killer that parades around as a toy maker. Okay,
Didn't he like kill Jimmy Olsen and like
a dark sadistic killer that parades around as a toy maker, all the way to things like vampires and the occult and Satanists and like the underworld. But we don't talk about that, right? Because you don't freaking read a Superman comic. Okay, it's the same people who try to tell me I don't know who Bloodsport is. Nobody cares about who Bloodsport is. Bloodsport, who's Bloodsport? Nobody cares about who Bloodsport is. Find a Bloodsport comic. Yeah, I got him because I read a freaking comic book.
Right.
Don't tell me your comic arguments when you don't know what's in the comics.
Right, and James Gunn is a comics fan, so obviously he's going to make reference to that.
That's why I have no problem with James Gunn's version of the fact that Superman could get shot with a kryptonite bullet because it happened in the freaking comic.
And also, it happens literally in BVS as well. Like he gets shot by kryptonite gas, multiple times.
Well, and I think that this is a BS statement right here. Okay, so this is Matthew Vaughn explains dark. Okay, the filmmaker believes a Superman movie should be fun, suggesting that Clark can't leave all the brooding to his pal Bruce Wayne. He should just be so happy and carefree. But he suggests that going for a lighter tone was what helped Wonder Woman find success. No, it didn't. That first Wonder Woman movie was grounded, was serious, and even though it had a couple of lighter tone moments, when they went full spectrum over to the 1980s and they did all that, that is where it dropped off. It literally dropped off and made no sense. And upon further viewing, anyone can see that. So I just thought it was a mistake putting the Batman vibe into the Superman world. Okay, that's fine. That's legitimate. Have that conversation. Say, I just didn't like it. But don't act like it's just a prerequisite or it's a absolute. He says, I just think that they're too separate. They're just not relatable in any way in my mind. It should be fun. I mean, look, The Dark Knight was obviously different and it made sense and it was brilliant as a film and as a comic. But Superman was always, I love the Richard Donner Superman movie. Dear God. Dear God in heaven.
Wow, and that's coming from a pastor. That's coming from a pastor saying that.
Tell me you don't have a legitimate take on Superman without telling me you don't have a legitimate take on Superman when all you can do is go back to one film that was made 42 years ago, 43 years ago, and you still want to remake that movie? Bryan Singer wanted to remake that movie too. How'd that work for him? He says, and I think Wonder Woman worked because I think Wonder Woman was basically remaking Donner's Superman in a weird way. Yeah, I love
Wonder Woman 84, yeah.
Wonder Woman 84. Yeah, like that first Wonder Woman movie was not remaking Donner's Superman. It had a moment in there where she catches the bullet or whatever. So it had a scene, but it was not as a whole, it was not that.
But she's catching lightning bolts in Wonder Woman 84. So I was done. I was done with that movie just looking at it, and then it's like that's one of
That
the
was
few.
actually a part that I liked.
Oh,
Yeah.
I actually
Because I was
thought her
like, she's
riding
going into her
lightning was
demigod
cool.
stuff.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
I thought that
Metallica the whole time she was doing that. Right?
I don't know. Listen, I read this stuff and I just see this. I see this. For God's sake, stop giving the reins of this stuff to people who have no new ideas. I'm sorry, but if a director comes in to test for Superman or to talk about Superman, they're doing it in a few days. If a director comes in and even says, "Hey, let's do it like Donner," I would say, "Thank you for coming in. We did that movie 40 years ago. Next, show me your new ideas. Show me that you can actually bring something to the table without it just being, oh, I like the Donner version. I liked it. Great. I love the Donner version too. It was my Superman. It's what got me into Superman. Okay? It's what brought me into the character. I love it. But we've seen that movie. And we've seen them even try to remake that movie.
Ugh.
And it doesn't work. And yeah, supposed dark brooding Superman did better. So there you go.
Just imagine a world where if WB would have stuck to their guns, I probably would have gotten a happier Superman. But guess what? I mean, I never got to see that. And a lot of the things that people are wanting to see,
and with inflation, it did. So there you go.
But even then, that even when he's saying that should not have ever been their standard.
No, it shouldn't.
That was their own self-inflicted stupidity.
Yeah.
You know,
because
that
with BVS and Wonder Woman, both films that came out like 2016, 2017, both with inflation, both have hit $1 billion.
Yeah.
So
and even if they didn't, Caden, those were two. Wonder Woman was a great movie. Wonder Woman was a great movie that made a lot of money. All right, it made a lot of money from
$882 million.
Exactly. I mean, this $1 billion standard has literally cost people their jobs.
If they're going by the $1 billion standard, then they should be like, okay, let's look at the $1 billion standard in the next 2 years. Okay, if this movie's going to be with inflation next 2 years, if it's going to be billion, then that's a success. If that's their $1 billion standard, then yeah.
So tell you what, let's do this. Let's not spend $200 million on a movie. Let's use some new stagecraft, and let's realize the reality that streaming is going to bring in a lot of our back end revenue that we know. I mean, and just make a good movie. Just make a good, solid movie that people can rally around. Instead of trying to match some other company's success, make your movie. You know, make your movie. And when they've done that, they've been successful. You know, but like I said, it's the $1 billion standard, especially in the streaming area, because there's going to be movies that don't make certain amounts of money in the box office.
We're in the streaming and pirating area where, and we're now, you know, like it's a hallelujah movement.
Listen, I don't care what. Listen, RJ, because I was there, because I experienced it. Okay. Not everybody got that vibe out. Nobody was talking about, ooh, it's going to be like The Dark Knight. Nobody was talking about that. I don't care what you saw in old marketing things and what you think that they were trying to portray or what Matt Jarbo says. That was not the thing. It may have been a thing in somebody's circle or in somebody's area, but that was not the overall thing. It had Christopher Nolan as a producer. Okay? So yes, that was a selling point. Okay? But nobody was sitting around thinking that like this was the heir apparent to The Dark Knight, that's what it was going to be. Superman, these movies had to stand on their own because it was not a continuation of that world. And the Dark Knight world was dead. The Dark Knight world had ended with a flat tire with The Dark Knight Rises. Because most people did not look at that movie in a positive way. So there you go. So if you want to talk about it for one thing, it was that you know, you want to talk about realism. Zeno's actually right here. Nolan's Batman marketed itself as a realistic superhero. There's nothing realistic about an alien with freaking laser beams, but they did try to put an air of realism to it, which was nice. But that's it. It's not the same movie. So there you go.
Yeah, but see,
Guess what? They do now. It's called Discovery Warner. They do now.
Yeah. I hear a lot of that what Discovery is currently, they're right. But what Discovery Warner will be is literally, that's a new company. That's a new company with new hierarchy, with new goals, with new people, with new investors, and an influx of money. Like I said, I think people get caught up in comparing to what they see now. But that's the whole reality of a merger. You're merging these two companies together, and you have a new boss at the top. Jason Keeler, a guy who I think has done good things. He more than likely is going to be out of a job simply because the job doesn't exist anymore. A lot of these guys, their jobs are not going. They're going to be redundant. They'll be paid their severance packages. They'll be allowed to go to other places. Some of these people are desired in other places, but they're not part of the new plan. That's what a merger is. We should do a show on mergers one day and just show you just how many people
Andrew,
around.
Andrew, I swear to God, how is it that we're sitting here having a discussion about BVS, about DC films, and you're somehow arguing with someone about Tobey Maguire?
You should be happy right now, Andrew. Dude, you should be in euphoric pleasure right now after No Way Home. I would have loved to have been sitting right next to you when he came through. I would have loved that. Would have like the one moment. I was wondering, where is this Andrew guy at right now? He probably dropped down to his knees and did some kind of prayer right in the middle of the theater when Toby. But that you should be happy. No death or anything in your comment. That you shouldn't be online. I thought you would be in like just wandering the streets, just throwing confetti or something. You got everything you could have ever asked for. You know, I don't know if it's about this guy, but hey. But
and look, and like I said, no, Henry is not wrong for wanting that. I am fine with that. Okay,
let's get to it though.
I am fine with that, and if they want to do that going forward, that's great. My problem is stop taking pot shots at what came before, and. Are you just going to make the next one that Superman just woke up one day and he's like, I'm going to put the bright tights on today?
Oh, in the trunks.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
well, we all know that Cavill doesn't want
just
trunks.
gotten stupid. This just gotten stupid. You know, but like I said, it's a weird day for DC fans. Anthony, I'm right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. That's what I want. I want a Brainiac film with Henry. That's the film I want. And Brainiac should be a dark film.
Because Brainiac is a very dark character.
He's
probably one of Superman's most complex.
Kryptonite, whatever that show is called.
I didn't say that, Matt. I didn't say that. I said First Class was First Class is my favorite X-Men movie, and Kick-Ass is a fun movie. It's a great movie. It can be dark at times. What I'm saying is, don't take pot shots. Don't take pot shots at what came before and act like and keep look. Stop reciting the Donner Creed that this is the only way you can make a Superman movie. That's what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is if that is all Matthew Vaughn brings to the table when it comes to Superman, then thank God Warner Brothers didn't go forward with his big pitch for a Superman movie. Because we don't need people just coming to the table saying, hey, I really like the Donner thing. I want to redo that. Why would we want to do that? It was done to death already.
Yeah. And resurrected and killed again. Hey, you know how many people, this off topic, didn't know that Kick-Ass was a comic book? I meet people literally every other day that because I got it in Hit Girl and all that, they did not know. They made a comic book about that movie, and I'm like, no, what are you talking about? most of the people I've ever met did not know that Kick-Ass was a comic book before it was a movie. That blows my mind. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, dude, Mark Millar, you guys didn't read this? You guys weren't reading this before you went to the movie? No. They saw that movie, and then they come in there, and then they see it on the shelf, and then it's just a weird world. It's backwards, man. We came in through one way. These kids are coming through another. It's weird. Now, it was a World War One movie, man. World War One is one of the most darkest, deepest, depressing backdrops you could ever use for a movie. I mean, chemical warfare.
I'm sure, yeah, it had like a weird CGI fight at the end, but it still wasn't like 84 and the MCU or whatever and Donner.
Not 2017.
No, like I said,
guys, I don't understand where half these comments come from. Like acting
they're all
like
scrolling on the screen too, out of context in some situations.
Yeah.
Like I said,
the heck does that mean?
But he's not Superman. Oh, he's talking about
Superman the movie.
Yeah,
the Blueprint.
he's talking about before when even Kevin Feige was looking at Superman, because everybody, the people of the professionals, not the whinies, the professionals looked at Man of Steel in a much higher regard than other people did, and that's the professionals should have been the ones running the show, but we didn't have professionals at Warner Brothers at that time. We had people that were listening to whiny people that were never going to go see the movies. But people who know all these people that are professionals, Man of Steel is looked upon in a much higher regard than the fandom.
Actual video footage coming of being discussed that Superman the movie is the blueprint for all superhero movies and can't stray from that.
Is he talking
best butts to sniff at the park? I don't think this is an article for human readers.
Now hold on there, Stewie. Just hear the man out.
Thank you, Chris.
Is he talking about Man of Steel, or is he talking about Superman in general? I guess
No, he's talking about Superman in general, because Superman in general is considered the blueprint for all the Marvel movies. They keep going back. At one point, Feige said that they watch that whenever they sit down to make a new movie. Listen, move on. Well, because even the MCU, I don't care if Feige says it or not, the MCU is not like Superman the movie even. Like, seriously, Superman the movie doesn't make half sense in some of the things, but I love it. It's great to remember it. But I mean, this worship of Superman the movie, like it's the only Superman story and the blueprint for how Superman movies need to be made.
It's just like they were like saying like Batman 89 is the blueprint for every single Batman story.
No. 1989 was 1989. 2022.
Yeah, exactly. Let's remake Batman 89 right now.
I'm going to tell you
We've seen real quick when these studios go chasing that for a Superman movie or for a DC film.
Wait, what the hell? Oh, that's better. I thought I had shit on my screen for a sec.
Yeah, I mean, and this is coming from somebody who loves these movies.
Yep.
It's just not the time anymore. And you're competing for an audience that has a whole bunch of stuff that they can do other than go see your movie. So you have to make these movies in this environment. You got video games now that are better than some movies out there, that are better than a lot of movies out there, that keep kids in front of their screens for long lengths of time. And you're trying to get those same kids to go see your movie. So you can't make a 1980s type movie, and expect to be relevant with the upcoming generation. You just can't. It's not good business.
Listen. I don't care what Matt said. Matt didn't come up with the idea. So who cares? Like the point is yeah, Feige adored. We all know that. Nobody said anything different than that. Okay? Nobody said anything different than that. Great. Feige makes everybody watch Superman the movie all the time. But
he doesn't copy it. He doesn't copy it. He does his own thing.
He doesn't copy it. They're not copying Superman the movie. They're going in with a feel. They're doing whatever. That's great. Marvel does a much better job also of listening to and trying to keep things apart. And they've done a better job of being more consistent than DC films. Why? Because Warner Brothers does not have a system in place where they stick to something. They don't stick to something. By this logic, when the Incredible Hulk came out and didn't blow things away, he's the Hulk, for God's sake, right? He's the Incredible Hulk. When Iron Man, didn't come out and blow away the Raptors, they stuck with it. They proved their concept. They made their own concept. No, and listen, with Vaughn, because he says just because Vaughn made a comment like this doesn't mean that he doesn't have new ideas, though. There's a new take you can always do with a central idea and tone. Okay, when you say, I love the Donner movie and it needs to be like this, you're telling me you already wrote yourself into a box. Because you're telling me that you're not going to write Superman in a serious tone. You're going to write Superman in a flimsy tone of magical, whatever.
Unicorn.
Just trying to be lighthearted just to be lighthearted. I'm sick of hearing about lighthearted just to be lighthearted, and tone just to be a different tone. Just don't be dark, whatever. That's not a genre. That's not a thing just to say, well, I just don't want it to be dark. Exactly. Cupcakes, you're absolutely right. Wonder Woman with no sword and no shield, and I was like, WTF is this? Like, I'm going to beat him with love. Okay. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I'll just tell you this. I love DC. I'm always willing to give DC the benefit of the doubt. I will go see the films. I will not be stubborn like some people and say, well, I'll walk out of it if it's not the film that I want. And those are people that, I've been friends with who've said stuff like that, and that's fine. That's their opinion, but I will not walk out of a film. I haven't walked out of a film yet, because I believe in staying, watching, and seeing, what happens, and then making my my decisions that way. All I'm saying is that this idea that Superman can only be one way is tired. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of looking at it. I'm tired of hearing it, and I'm tired of DC movies being, a joke. So, anyways, I'm
like I said, what Vaughn said, I just took it as that's his take on it. And if I were running the company, I would.
Okay, Doomcock, fandom menacer, negative for the sake of being negative. Like, yeah, you want to start throwing out names? We could start throwing out names. I mean, it doesn't matter. It is what it is. The movie's made money. And the $1 million benchmark is stupid. So
even if people want to say Superman is a Doomprint, I got that thing in my head. Superman is the blueprint. You still have to be a crafty and smart enough executive to interpret whatever blueprint you're using into something you can use. That's the difference between successful people and people that are all over the place. If you want to say Christopher Reeve's movie was a blueprint, that's fine. But look how he's incorporated that into what he's made, and the relevance of what they've done. And that's what you need. You can take any you could say George Reeves Superman as a blueprint. It's how you interpret it in 2021 and 2022 is what's going to complete the circle and give you credibility.
Andrew, nobody's talking about Toby. Literally, I'm looking at it. Nobody's talking about Toby. Nobody wants Toby to be killed.
He wasn't killed.
He wasn't killed. Why are you arguing stuff that's not even being discussed?
You won, dude. You won. You're like the guy at Megabucks that you got the money. There's no more money in the Megabucks. It's over with.
All anybody said was that if Toby had sacrificed himself, it would have been for a good reason, and it would have been to help. Like and somebody, I know, and somebody said that that would have been a good story. It would have been a good story. Dude, because heroes sacrificing themselves is an old trope that gets played in these films over and over and over again.
Heroes sacrifice themselves, villains sacrifice themselves.
I still think there is relevance.
Civilians.
I still think there's a use for Toby. I would still like to see Toby, but if they did it, they did it. But dude, you won, man. Get the T-shirt. I mean, now if they would have killed him, then yeah, I could see him going off, a little bit. But they didn't kill him. You got to see him. You got to see him suit up as Spider-Man.
Listen to RJ. No one is laughing at you, Andrew. It's okay.
I'm not laughing at you. You won, dude. You got it. You got your Toby. You got something that most fans don't ever get, is to see their favorite interpretation on their character. This thing we're going through with Ben Affleck right now, we may never see. He's one of my favorite Batman. I may never see him suit up in the relevant form other than cameo, things like that.
I do realize we're super far behind in the chat.
I may never see Cavill suit up. You know what I mean?
We are.
You got your guy. You got to see your guy suit up again. That's a lot of people are still waiting for that.
Hey, Matt, I want a bright, colorful Superman too.
At the end of the journey, we'll get it.
How about that to blow your mind? I want it too. Listen to the words coming out instead of the assumption that you put before the words. I want it too. I want it too.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's
not Pop-Tarts. Yeah, it's not Pop-Tarts where you just pop them in there and they're ready. How much relevance would that bright and happy Superman have?
Guess what? I like the red trunks. I want the red trunks.
Ooh, you can keep those, buddy.
No, I'll take the red trunks all day because I feel that the red trunks. I feel that red trunks. I feel that red trunks can still be used in today.
Edit that out. But yeah, we'll get. I mean, like I said, the journey is how relevant would the colorful, happy-go-lucky, optimist Superman be? Without the journey existing in our real world.
Exactly.
He has to get to that point. Otherwise, it's going to be it's an act. It's not real. It's an act. But because we want to superimpose every other Superman we saw onto the one that's being built in front of us, it's like trying to build a house on top of a house that's being built already. You can only one can only happen at a time. One evolution can only happen at a time. You cannot hold the new whatever's happening under the same rules of somebody else's evolution.
And RJ, I don't believe this, and I believe that all these people ganging up on Cavill now are idiots. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. All these people ganging up on Cavill for that reason are stupid. That's just dumb. That's just taking it too far. That's idiotic to gang up on him, and they obviously didn't work. They obviously didn't work too closely together because or work on it because it needed work.
Well,
they didn't work hard enough on it.
He showed up. Cavill showed up to work. He showed up to work. That's what he's paid to do. Yeah. So I don't know how much they embraced each other, but the end result wasn't a very good movie. So
okay, Andrew, I'm timing you out myself right now because I don't care how far. Well, this is like 6 minutes ago or 12 minutes ago or whatever. I'm timing you out based on this because Kinky said no because Toby is a horrible Spidey. That's his opinion, and then this is a personal attack. There's a difference, dude. Stop.
Kinky speak.
We're not even having a conversation about that.
Yeah.
What did you see the chat what happened to the chat just now, William?
No, what happened?
Or was it just me?
I try not to pay attention. Nothing against
like on the StreamYard chat. On the StreamYard chat.
Let me look.
Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you, Kenneth. And you know what, Kenneth? I agree. I appreciate you. I appreciate all aspects of Superman, and that's why I respect everybody's opinion about Superman, and that's why I don't have a problem with. That's why I don't have a problem with Cavill or anybody else. I mean, I think that it's good that we have conversations about Superman. You know,
Because for me on the chat, it just like disappeared and only one comment was popping up when you
really?
did that to Andrew. I was like, what the heck? Like, whoa.
Yeah. At the end of the day, guys, as heated as some of these things get, it's still it's comic book
Fictional characters.
I wish Darshan, yeah, man.
With Darshan, it's actually David Zaslav.
David Zaslav, hire me, bro. I've been waiting for this moment. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
I wonder who he's gonna pick to run things, because it's gonna be interesting as we get closer to this. He is gonna bring in his own people. He's already made some moves already. He's already named positions and created positions. So he's doing that now. I'm wondering what I want to hear from him. I'm ready to hear from David Zaslav.
Look, Kenny gets it right. Kenny gets it right here. Kenneth gets it. Says Superman is a great character. He should be treated with respect, like the Superman and Lois TV show is doing currently, and that is not copying what has been done before and bring something new. Exactly. If we keep going back and basing everything off on the past, we're never going to get new interpretations of these characters. We're never going to get new ideas and new thoughts and all those things. We're just going to be stuck in 1978 for the rest of our lives and beyond. And look, I get it. Like, y'all have those love letters. Okay. You have that love letter. You know, you guys want to make all these love letter movies. You know, Bryan Singer did that too. And again, it didn't work. What's up, Fourth 1000 with a $5 super chat? Thank you, Fourth 1000. Appreciate that. It says, funny, in an interview, Reeves wanted his Superman. I think you mean Reeve. Wanted Superman to get serious and to explore serious themes. Exactly. Yes, Evil Superman was his pitch to the studio. You're absolutely right. Christopher Reeve wanted to do that. I'm actually putting together several interviews, several articles and different things that talk about this, and the whole point of the video, Fourth 1000, is just that, is that Christopher Reeve would have loved to have been Zack Snyder's Superman, because it pissed Christopher Reeve off that his Superman was taken so lightly, that his Superman was not allowed to deal with certain things and not allowed to deal with serious things. That's why the story idea for Superman 4 was his. And the story idea for Superman 4 was serious when he did it. Tackling the nuclear arms race in 1987
Cold War
was huge. And that's what he felt Superman should be dealing with. Unfortunately, the studio pawned it off to Canon Films and said, Warner Brothers said, we're not going to pay for it, so we're going to pan it off to Canon Films. And they literally took it and stripped it of all dignity whatsoever. And he was ticked about it. So come at me with, that Superman's the blueprint, because the man himself wanted to do something different. Thank you, Fourth 1000. You're absolutely right. Well, look, this is BS. Right? I mean, like, look, why can't people act normal?
Because they have
It's obviously not Leslie
That's
Grace's
not my Batman.
fault.
Why isn't my Batman back?
It's obviously not Leslie Grace's fault that Warner Brothers is casting a 70-year-old Michael Keaton Batman in her film.
And should anybody be attacked over that? No, regardless.
No.
Nobody.
No.
I mean,
That's
your
opinion, but it's not worth attacking anybody over. And you know, I mean, oh my God. I'm so sick of fans right now. I'm so sick of these fanboys. I'm so sick of Snyder Bros. I'm so sick of the negative Nancys on the other side who want to tell every Snyder fan that there's just no way. I want to crush your spirit. I want to crush your enjoyment of stuff. And then you got the Snyder Bros on the other side that are like, look, Zack Snyder breathed. Oh my God, confirmation. Zack Snyder's Justice League is coming. Zack Snyder looked to his right. You know what that means? He's saying that we're all right, that we're all correct, and that Zack Snyder's Justice League is coming. Yeah, he signed the contract. Oh my gosh!
He looked down.
He looked down. Come on.
He
Come
looked down
on.
at the paper, and that paper is his contract with the new Warner Bros. Discovery.
Both sides of this argument have gotten ridiculously over the top. That they are abusing the things that are being said. They are saying things about people and for people that are just wrong, that are ridiculous and over the top. And I'm done with it all. I'm done with it all. That's why I'm not subscribing to either one of those ideas. Either one of those ideas. I want the Snyderverse? Yes. Am I going to push for the Snyderverse? Yes. Do I feel that there's a way that it can happen? Yes. Do I understand that right now with the ways that things are, if they don't change that it's not going to happen? Yes. I know that doesn't make any of you happy, except for your normal ones. Thank you, guys. So the five of us will stay here knowing what we're talking about and knowing what we mean by what we say. And then the rest of you all can take our words and twist them and make them be something else and have your fun and try to discredit everyone, because that's what friends do and that's what supporters do to each other. It's a freaking movie series. Seriously. I mean, it's just dumb.
Stupidest thing.
It's just the stupidest thing ever, you know? So, so look, if that's, do what you got to do, I guess, if that's, I understand people who act like that's what they need to do,
Yeah. And it takes the fun. Listen, these things, there's got to be a certain, level of discourse to where there should be no damage done. When we leave a screen, when we leave a conversation with each other, there should be no damage done. Now, if we were talking about splitting the atom, if we were talking about world affairs, and even to that point, those people get along. But once we leave this screen, there shouldn't be damage done that we should take into another second, regardless of how heated the conversation gets. And I think sometimes that when it gets to the point when you're talking about these IPs and these comic characters, and there's damage done like that to relationships, that to me that's like losing a war to me.
Right.
I mean,
But I want to address this too. Like, it doesn't matter if Ben wants to come back as well. Like,
that's what that's what I was going to say. That's what I was
like,
going to say.
if Ben doesn't
Again,
want to come
I said
back,
it
then
earlier.
Yeah.
I said it earlier. We have to face the fact that maybe Ben did turn it down.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do if Ben turned it down? Like seriously, like what we all have to come to this, like we all have to face these ideas, right? That like, what if Ben doesn't want to do it? Right? Because I saw one thing that talked about that they had talked to Ben about being in this film and that Ben turned it down, right? Ben could have turned it down for a myriad of reasons. He might not have liked the script. He might not have thought the movie was any good and didn't want to be a part of it, didn't want to lend himself to it, and that be the next thing that he's in. Like,
or it didn't follow up to the reasons why he wants to continue doing certain movies, because it's not emotional and personal to him.
And it's the artist's perspective. And guess what? And this is going to be an unpopular opinion. When it comes to resolving the Snyderverse, and I'm not saying go on forever, I'm saying finish the story so that we can have resolution and move on to these other stories. The actors aren't as important to me as the story is. In everything I've ever said, story comes first. If you gave me the option of continuing the story and resolving the story, go ahead and get me the best actors you can find. Would I love Ben Affleck to be there? Would I love Cavill to be there? And all these other people? Of course. But primarily, for me, it's the story. Resolve the story however you can. And then these other things that you come up with down the line will have more credibility. But as long as you have this unfinished thing hanging over your head, it hurts the credibility. You move on. You want to move on without fixing credibility. Give me an actor that can play Batman in that era and finish that story. I'm fine with that. A cartoon claymation, finish the story. Finish the story, and then you can just say, we're done with this. Let's move on to this.
Yeah.
But you can't even do that. How simple is it to even be doing that?
And you know what, Matt?
Hey, whatever Lois and Superman is, I love it. I didn't think I was going to like that show. I pleasantly liked that.
But you know what? Like, I'm not going to totally disagree with you that it's like Snyder 2.0. It's definitely that. But don't tell the people who are fans of it that, because they won't agree with you. They think that it's this lighter fare that is so much. It's a you know.
Dude, it's a deep show. It's the deepest show. Be honest with you, it's the deepest, most quality show that I've ever seen on CW. It is my favorite CW show since they've created the CW superheroes. It is, and if it's Snyder too, I'll take it. I'll take it. But I think it has a different edge than the Snyder stuff. But I can see where that's coming from. I like it. If I were going to take over WB, Warner Brothers, and blow up the CW, I build it around this version of Superman for that TV purposes, because I think they got a hit there. I think they got a solid hit. But you wouldn't have been able to make this 5 or 6 years ago. You would.
Chris. I got you, bro. I got you. I know. You know.
We know.
I know. I'm telling them you don't have an S on your name. I know. It's all good, man. I love you too.
No,
I love you too.
Christopher Reeves is talking to you, not Christopher Reeve.
Oh, some guy named Christopher Reeves. Oh, okay, darn. Okay.
Matt saying, but it was a cul-de-sac. William, that's fine. A cul-de-sac has a beginning and ending. I don't need it to go on forever.
No, I didn't either.
Yeah.
I swear to God, like I'm so sick of people trying to tell me that because I'm a Snyder fan that like all of a sudden like I'm some crazed maniac like the Snyder Bros. And yes, I will call them Snyder Bros all day long. And Nick, they can come for me all they want. They're Snyder Bros because you know what? They don't know Zack Snyder. They don't know anything about Zack Snyder. They don't speak for Zack Snyder. None of these people speak for Zack Snyder. Like none of these silly like. Just made up things about Zack Snyder's this, Zack Snyder's that. Oh yeah, okay, whatever. Like I'm so I'm just done with that.
All you got to do is finish it. However, you know what? I'm not even going to tell you how you need to finish it. If you want to do a 4-hour block of movie to resolve and wrap up everything, I'm fine with it. Like I said, if you want to do hand puppet, give me the end of the story that you started me on. I gave you my money in 2013.
Hey, William, whatever you do, don't suggest that they make a comic.
However,
They'll come for you.
Ask Dave, the film junkie.
If you
suggest that it's okay, I mean, it wasn't even his idea that they make a comic. But if you suggest that it's I mean, it might have been Zach who said it, but the Snyder Bros know more about Zach than Zach.
Oh, okay.
Give me an end to the story. I gave you my money.
Snyder Bros.
Yeah, I gave you my money in 2013. I gave you my money in 2016. I've been continuing to give. And I'm on board. So just end the journey that you started me on, and then we start a new one. How hard is it a sell to do that? That's not just with Snyder, with anything that they do. No matter if it's going to be the Enosh and the Cade.
She doesn't owe him anything, man.
So whatever it is the regime does, finish it. Start it, keep it up, and then finish it. Whether it's the Snyderverse, whether it's the Enoshverse, no matter what it is, they can't do that right now. They are not equipped to give you a beginning, middle, and end to anything, Snyder or otherwise, and that's a problem. That leads directly to credibility. So first step is resolve it. I don't need it to be everywhere. I don't need 10,000 Snyderverse movies. I just need an end to the one you started. That's it. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Give it to me when we're done. We're done.
Yep. And RJ, look, man, I get what you're saying, and we've had this conversation in private. But here's the thing, man. I've been calling it out for a long time. I've called out names. I've literally said the names of the people who do it. I've challenged them straight on. I've gone on stream after stream after stream and challenged those people. I've called them by name. I've drawn my line in the sand about who I stand with in the fandom and who I don't stand with in the fandom because of the way that people act and the horrible things that people have done in the name of the Snyderverse that I don't agree with. And here's the thing. Like I've told all of you guys, this ain't nothing new. People have been dealing with this for a long time before me and and before a lot of people, and it goes back to, hey, let's buy a billboard for this thing because some people wanted to do it, some people don't, and guess what? The people who weren't a part of it now, they're the Snyder Bros, and they're these people, and Rel is right. No matter what we say, they still are going to act crazy. They're still going to be toxic. They're still going to be insane, and and do those things. So at the end of the day, we just have to wait and see, see what happens. In the meantime, they can all cul-de-sac this, that they can go ahead and enjoy that cul-de-sac, because
that term doesn't really offend me, because like I said, a cul-de-sac has a beginning, you go around on a journey, and then you end up on the other side, and it's over with. That's it. It's over. It didn't need to be 20, 15 movies. Just adjust the story. Finish your story. Get rid of the elephant in the room, and then move on. That's all. I mean, I'm looking forward to
exactly. Do a short film. Do a little series. Do whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care what it is. Like at this point, just because those people have been so pissed off about like the idea of a comic, like I don't want a comic. I want a live action thing. Obviously, I just want Zach to have his story told.
That's it.
That's all I care. Is it animated? I don't care. Like I said, do I have to get some action figures and do it in stop motion and be like, here I am, da, 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 da. I don't care. Do I get to see something? Now, obviously,
give me 5-minute YouTube movies for the rest. For all I want is to know. I want to know how the war ends. I want to know. I want to see with dark side, how dark side kills one. I want all these things, all the things that's been put out there. I want to see it. That's it. That's not even a fanatical thing to want. L would be like, giving me half of the Godfather, only giving me an hour and 20 minutes of the 3 hours. You started me on this compelling story, now finish it. And guess what? I don't need every movie to be the Godfather. I just want the one you were giving me to be finished. That's it. And all these other guys who want it, well, if it's not in the movie, I will take resolution any form you give it to me in. That's it. Like I said, sock puppets, claymation, stop motion, whatever you want to do it. Tell your story, but just tell your story, and then I can move on.
Pop-up books.
That's it. Lego, want to do Lego? That would be absurd. Guess what? I won't have anything to complain about. Give me the resolution. I'm done, man. So I would be fine with a comic. Like I said, at this point, whatever form the storyteller gets to tell a story in, I'm all for. I have my preference, obviously, but if it's telling the story this way or not getting the story told at all, I want the story told. I want the resolution. Stop restoring the Snyderverse necessarily. Resolve the Snyderverse. And that's it. They would have been able to do this on the cheap and move on. The same guy made a movie for $90 million that's done pretty well on Netflix. I think that same guy can resolve this, or could have resolved this for a lot cheaper than a lot of people are talking about. And we're done. We're over it. Yeah, that's a decent.
Where do you honestly say why? I've said it many times. I mean, where do I say it? I've said it in many videos. I mean, dude, like I've had times where I'm doing a video every night of the week. I mean, like I've said it many times. As far as why the fan base is split, a lot of it is jealousy. And some are out here complaining and whining, saying that they feel that certain individuals do not get credit and are kept out in particular cases. Here's the thing. I've been privy to a lot of those conversations, and they're not being kept out. They're just jerks. They're just jerks. They're jealous jerks who don't like I've literally been in conversations where they've been allowed to be a part of something, but nothing is good enough. And they criticize everybody, and they have a problem with everybody, and and people want access to Zack Snyder. The thing is that during the whole last year around this time in December, right? Because last year in December is when Ray first came here on the channel, right?
All right.
And the thing is there was an event, Deck the Hall of Justice, right? and Deck the Hall of Justice. And listen, people were invited to be a part of it, and then there were only so many spaces. But there were people, because Zack Snyder was starting to make rounds, then it was going on different people's channels, and there were people who just assumed or expected that they would get Zack Snyder on their channel. Zack Snyder determines whose channel he goes on. Okay. The thing is, people who want to blame the Nerd Queens because they didn't get Zack Snyder on their channel, they want to give the Nerd Queens that much power to say that, oh, the Nerd Queens kept us from having Zack Snyder, or the Nerd Queens are boxing us out or trying to keep us away from things. But then they go on and say, well, the Nerd Queens don't have any power. Zack doesn't care about the Nerd Queens, which is an absolute lie. It's an absolute lie. It's something that they're telling themselves to make themselves feel better and get through the night and be able to sleep in a cold, dark place, because it's just not true. It's just not true. It's not. We're hey, we've all been saying this. End the Snyderverse. We want it to end.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
William,
you know what? That is exactly what I'm saying.
William, can I ask you a question? Do you feel the same way that I do, where it's like when you see a comment like that, you know where it comes from, right? You know the sarcasm behind it to try to make it be like, oh, well, you're really saying to end this, but that's what we've always been saying. Like, that's not a new concept. Like, why is it, do you think that like we can say the same thing over and over and over and over again, and people just don't get it?
Well, here's the thing, that I've heard a lot of different things, and I mean, it's words on the screen, so I don't know the context. I'm just assuming he's asking a legitimate question. I'm answering it. But for me, I think that a lot of our passion has been steered to resurrecting what Zack Snyder built instead of resolving it. So when I see that, I'm answering the correct question. All I want is the end of the story. I have this book in my hand that's been torn in half, and somebody has the other half. Give me the other half so I can finish my story, and I'll move on in the Snyderverse. And then, for this fan, and the way fans go in general, the people I sell comic books to every day, and the video games and all this stuff every day, when you resolve things, it's so much easier for people to move on to other things. There's been so many comics I've had to discount because there's storylines in there that were poorly written and didn't get a resolution, so people lost interest and they never picked them up again. You know what? And then it's the same thing. When you give people a beginning, middle, and end resolution, but I think what's gotten lost in the clouds here is that it's been such a fight. It's everything that Snyder fans have had to get to has been an uphill war. That it's all or nothing. For me, it's not all or nothing, because all I wanted was the end of the story from the very first day I sat down and watched it. I knew from the moment I saw Man of Steel that it wasn't going to be a 50 movie thing. It never felt like that.
Nope.
But what I was pissed off is the fact that I, as a paying fan, and a lot of us that helped them make all that money, wasn't being listened to over the people that were never going to see these movies. The people who were on Team Marvel just to be affiliated with something, we were being drowned out by those guys. But the people who were actually laying down the money were not being listened to the point where everything that we were wanting, we weren't even dictating what was one we wanted to go on. I was along for the ride. You kicked me off the ride. All I want is to get back on it, and I'm in the middle of the roller coaster now, hanging on to the bars. All I want is the roller coaster to come back on so I can get in the little cool caboose thing and I can get to the end of the ride. That's it. That's all I want. And so when he's saying, William's saying in the Snyderverse, yeah, resolve the Snyderverse, end the Snyderverse, conclude the Snyderverse. Well, however you want, however you get to the resolution, let's get there. And the whole world will be different. If Zack Snyder is allowed to come in and put an ending on this, a satisfying ending for him, we all moved on. We can all move on. And we can accept different interpretations of these characters, because you know what happens when you resolve something? I trust you with the next thing. Right now, to be honest with you, I don't even trust that we'll see more than one Matt Reeves movie, no matter how successful it is. You know why? Because the current regime didn't listen to certain things and certain aspects anyway. What if he wants to go in a different direction with Batman, the Batman 2, and they don't want to go that way? Their history has said that they will make irrational changes.
Yep.
No matter how much I enjoy the Batman.
Yep.
Their credibility.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, I was just gonna say I'm gonna address this. So yes, Fiona was an integral part of helping to get the Snyder Cut movement started, and it could be said that she helped start that Okay. To use that term, restore the Snyder or release the Snyder cut, those kind of things. Now, Fiona has had a few different things, and so there are some people who will be mad if you even say Fiona's name. Okay, they're literally just mad if you say Fiona's name because they've latched on to Fiona. Fiona is definitely to be respected. Nobody should be disrespecting Fiona. Fiona did an amazing thing, but Fiona is also in a country. She's in China. She's in a place where she cannot be as active anymore, and so people don't hear from her as much. She's also had some health issues, and we wish the best for her, and we hope that things get better. But she's not been in a position where she has been able to be active. That's why people really haven't seen her in the last couple of years now. I mean, since the Snyder Cut was released, she was at Fandom last year, but really we haven't really seen much of her or heard from her. There was a couple of things she was supposed to show up on, and she didn't. And like I said, that I don't think that that's any fault of hers. I think that that's just what had happened. But there are people who have latched on to her as their scapegoat, and so for their own insecurities, they've latched onto her, and they've acted like people are somehow attacking her or coming against her, and that's just not the case. Like people have falling outs all the time, even friends within a fandom or something like that. And I wasn't around for that. I've talked to people who were around, and I'll be honest with you, I've decided who I believe based on the way that people act, based on the way that people react, based upon like people's level of actually being able to show that they're trustworthy, that when they tell me something, I can rely on it. And the crazy thing is, some of the loudest people who will tout Fiona's name are some of the most toxic people around, and that's not Fiona's fault. I don't believe that that's Fiona's fault. I think that it's just those people, right? And Nick, you're absolutely right. He says, have you noticed the toxic ones are the ones Zach hasn't bothered to give the time of day to? So there's all these people who say that they can do better than everybody else. They don't like the Nerd Queens because they didn't like the way that Justice Con went down, right? But the Nerd Queens and Wonder Meg started Justice Con literally as just a thing for the fans. They didn't know that it was going to blow up and be as huge as it was and have that first year be something that actually outperformed San Diego Comic-Con at home. Like, it literally outperformed it. They were not prepared and ready for like thousands upon thousands of people in the chat, because they didn't think it was going to be that big. And then this year they tried to include different people, but the thing is that there's only so much to go around, and every person can't be the person to interview Zach. I know we all want. Look, I've never had Zach here on the Poindexter Lounge. Okay. And when I did Justice Con, I wasn't the one to interview Zach. We all got our assignments, and I wasn't even in the first round of people who were actually supposed to be hosts. But here's the difference. Instead of telling the Nerd Queens that like I should be one to like do an important thing, when I found out that you were doing Justice Con 2 2021, I reached out to them and I said, Nana, Cole, Meg, I think it's awesome that you guys are doing this again, because we didn't know if they were going to do it. And I said, I think it's awesome. And I said, hey, if me and Tiffany, my wife, can help in any way. And then I specified, I said, and I'm not saying that it has to be some big thing. It doesn't have to be some upfront thing in front of everybody or an interview or anything. I said, if you need help in just promoting it, or I knew that last year that they had an issue with the chat and being able to mod that and everything. I said, if you need moderators or whatever, I said, we are here. And I just want you to know we're here to do whatever you need done. And they had all the guest hosts locked in. But some people became a little testy because they felt like they should have more. And that opened up a door for me. And so the lesson that we can learn from that is basically be open to be a helper. It's not all about you. It's not all about me, you know. But then it's funny because like Nick here said, the people on that side of the fan, they want to label everybody else a clout chaser. Everybody who's gotten to do anything is a clout chaser, is a grifter, is somebody who you know is you know obsessed with celebrity, when it couldn't be further from the truth. Couldn't be further from the truth. And so, yeah, I mean, you know, watch the streams. Look who Zach has given time of day to. Look who Zach has actually spent time with. And then like even going on with Geeks and Gamers, Zach leveled Geeks and Gamers because he found out about them, found out what they were, that they were toxic, and he distanced himself immediately. So there you go. There you go. You know, so that's just my thing. And Luke, yeah, I mean, look, I think we've already addressed this really. You may not have heard it, but both me and William have said, look, I don't care how they do it at this point. Would I prefer live action? Would I prefer a live action movie in IMAX that I can go see and enjoy in full, you know, Spectravision? Sure. If I don't get that, am I going to be pissed off? No, not necessarily, because I just want to, like Williams just said just a minute ago, I just want to see the thing played out. I just want to see the end of the story. Yes, we just want to see the end of the Snyderverse.
And I don't want to tell what another Snyder fan as far as how to be passionate about something or not. But right now, just if you had it in front of you to never get a resolution to the story or to get a resolution to the story, I would urge you to support whatever format it comes out to. Yes, I would love to end the journey the way I started it, in a movie theater. But as this thing goes on, as people get other projects going together, we run the risk of never getting the resolution at all. And that would be a tragic loss for everybody.
Mark, I love you, but if you want to be blocked, we can arrange that. I'm not going to keep playing these games. I don't deserve that. I haven't done that. I have not kept that up. Matt has kept that up. Matt has perpetrated that. You have continued it because you have heard it from Matt. If you want truth, we can talk truth. Okay, but I have not perpetrated that, and I have gone out of my way to try to explain that over and over again and tell you what I actually said. If you can't accept that, I love you, but I am willing to walk away. Okay? So I don't need that. I am more than prepared to walk away if you just want to harass me through my chat, through comments, or any other way. If you want to be my friend, be my friend. But do not accuse me of saying something that I did not say. Okay? Or taking the fact that somebody asked me a question about sources or whatever in the same breath as saying people that I talk to. Having sources and having had a conversation with somebody are two different things, and that's the question I answered. I've already had that conversation with Matt. Matt doesn't want to accept it. That's Matt's problem. That's not my problem. I don't care. Okay? I've talked to RJ. RJ heard what I said. Yeah. Did it sound like that? Yeah, but I explained that. And I said, this is what I said. If you don't want to accept that, then why are you here? Like, and then I know you'll turn around and say, well, why are you so angry? Because you keep doing it. You keep harassing me, dude. You keep pressing me about something that I've already said is a moot point. It's a moot point. It doesn't mean anything. So stop it. I've never talked to Fiona. So being like, you know, that way about Fiona. In fact, these guys on the other side of the Snyder fandom, these Snyder bros who are crazy, keep coming at me and citing Fiona because they started that whole stupid thing about me being leader of the Snyder Cut, that I was somehow insulting Fiona. So just stop. Why can't Why can't we just be normal? Nobody is stopping Zack Snyder from doing what Zack Snyder wants to do. Nobody is stopping him from being able to build his career at Netflix. To say otherwise is literally being hyperbolic and just pushing just to push. Okay? That's all it is. I've never done that. Stop treating me like I've done that. If you want to treat me like I've done that, then I don't feel you're being genuine. Okay? Because I'm not a Snyder bro. I'm not one of those people on that side of the fandom. If you want to go after somebody for this BS right here of acting like that to Zack, go after them. Go on their streams and identify them and tell them your thoughts. Don't tell me, because I don't feel this way. And I don't know what crazy world someone has to live in to think that I do. That I would sit here at 5:45 a.m. and have to deal with this kind of nonsense. When I'm sitting here trying to talk about stories about Superman movies and the possibilities of Superman movies. But if you want to be so right, then you go ahead, do your thing. But leave me out of it. Because I'm being genuine with you and I'm trying to talk to you. If you don't want to have that conversation, you are not being genuine. So just make up your mind. Just make up your mind. You don't even have to let me know. You don't even have to let me know. Just stop. Okay? I don't want to have that conversation. Right? You know? But I'm done having that conversation. I'm done having this ridiculousness. Nobody is hating on anybody. Nobody's doing that. And then you come into the chat and you just take a jab at me. Why? And you say you're my friend, Mark, and you literally send stuff to the channel for me to give away like you're my friend. Then be my friend. And don't then step back and go, why are you so mad, Inash? I don't know, because everything was going fine until you took a jab at me. Till you come into my chat and take a jab at me, the host of my show. You came onto my channel to watch my channel, and then you take a jab at me, somebody that you claim that you like, right? That you told me, Enosh, I missed you when we weren't getting along, or when we weren't talking there for a while, that you missed me, that you wanted to come back to me. So then why try to find a reason now to hate on me again, or to give me a hard time? Because it doesn't feel like it's in jest. It doesn't feel like it's a fun thing. Trust me, from my end, it does not. And what is one of the things that you're mad that you don't enjoy, that you don't like? You're picking on me. You're pecking at me. Stop. Thank you, Aaron. I'm tired of dealing with that stuff. I don't know why. For goodness sake, let us. If you don't like something I do, then just don't like it. Like, you know, then go somewhere else. Don't harass the people in my chat, and don't harass me. Don't try to make it about something that it's not. You're not challenging me, Mark. Nothing you are saying is challenging me, because you're bringing up stuff that I didn't do. No, I don't want sheep to listen to every word. And I am not, you are not challenging me by calling out Integrity 101. You're not challenging me by challenging. If you don't like something Integrity 101 said, then go tell Integrity 101. Go tell him. Don't hide behind like you think that because you're my friend that you can call me on the carpet about it, and I'm just gonna be like, that's just Mark. No, that's BS is what that is. That's not challenging anybody. You're not being genuine. If you're genuine, why don't you go after Integrity? Okay? He's got strong beliefs on the subject. Do that. I've called enough people out, Mark, and I'm calling you out right now because you're full of crap with the way that you're acting. I don't care what integrity is. It's his right to believe the freaking movie's going to come out. What? Who cares? Who cares? No, integrity, no. You don't go anywhere. You don't go anywhere because you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. And Mark, if you're going to come into the end of my stream and do that, I'm just going to be done. Because it's not fair. You're literally picking on people now because they want a movie to come out. Integrity is not picking on you. He's not doing anything to you. You come in attacking people. And yet you say that you like superhero movies, yet you're attacking people over a superhero movie. That's shameful. I don't expect anybody to be sheep, but I don't expect anybody to be going after the people watching.
Hey, Nash, I gotta head out because I'm starting to.
That's fine. That's fine, man. Thank you for being here, William. You know what? You know what? Yeah, Keaton's gonna appear in Batgirl. Who cares? We were having a conversation about it. I'm glad for you that you think the Snyderverse is over. Good for you. You're not challenging me to anything. Keaton being in the Batgirl movie doesn't mean anything as far as what we're talking about. So good for you. I hope that it's worth treating people like crap for you to somehow make a point about a superhero movie. Good. I wasn't. I didn't bully anybody. So what's your point? I wasn't on that stream. RJ, we've all said that. But Mark, you come in at the last second, not having heard anything that's being said, assuming everything, and coming in both guns ablazing, thinking that you're saying something, you're doing something. You're not. You're not. And I'm tired of you treating me that way. You follow me over to other streams and you demand that I say, you make demands of me, and you have no right to make any demands of me. I have not encouraged anybody's bad behavior. I have not encouraged anybody's crazy notions. I've not encouraged any of that by just saying, I want the Snyderverse to continue. If you don't like that, tough. If you don't like it, tough. I'm not responsible for integrity or anybody else. And I have the right to my opinion to say I believe that it's still possible that the Snyderverse could continue in some form or another, even if that's a freaking comic book. What do you care? What do you care? All you care about is coming in here and harassing me and riling me up and making me mad. And upsetting people who watch. That's not normal. And that's not cool. And that is bullying. When you can't accept something just for what it is, and you're just going to keep pushing the point and trying to force your point through. And I don't have to listen to it, and nobody else does either. RJ, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. But here's the thing. Yeah, I get that Mark's trying to say that to act like it's happening is a fact is irresponsible. Okay. But Mark came in here after me. No, you're not challenging me because I didn't say those things, Mark. Mark, I didn't say those things. So who are you challenging in your own mind? Nobody said that. If you think you have something that you have a problem with somebody else, deal with them. If they have a channel, go to their channel. Challenge them. Say whatever the heck you want to them. But when you come in here acting like I did something or I said something or I acted in a way that I didn't, or that me simply saying that I would like the Snyderverse to continue, and I don't care if it continues in a comic book, movie, television show, cartoon, book on tape, whatever, that if I say that that's somehow inciting people, no, that's BS. That is BS. And that is harassment. And you need to stop. No, because this is what you do, Mark. This is what you do. What other comment could possibly make what you've done, what you say to me, telling me that you're challenging me, any better? There's nothing else that you could say in a comment earlier or anywhere else that would make it any better. I'm not condoning it. Somebody saying something in my chat is not condoning it. Dear God. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mark. Okay, I realize in your world that you obviously can't handle somebody just thinking that Zack Snyder's Justice League is going to happen. It's that important to you. I'm sorry that it's that important to you. I'm sorry that it's that important to you. Because it's not important to anybody else. It's not. Well, which is it, RJ? RJ, can I ask you a question? Which is it? Because we had a conversation all day today about calling out people, right? And talking about people who are stressful or people who are toxic. Right now, Mark, you're being toxic. Right now, Mark, you're being a jerk to me and to others. Let it go because it's not that important. So which is it, RJ? Should I call it out or should I just end the stream and act like it didn't happen? Because I'm confused. I'm confused what everybody wants. You know? You want me to go to war with people like Zod and others, which I did have huge disagreements with, right? So when I say something, oh, well, we don't like to see Enosh upset. I don't like to be upset either. Goodbye, Mark. Goodbye. You can go now and badmouth me to everyone that you want to badmouth me to. Okay? I'm so horrible, so bad, so awful. Good job. All right? Exactly. And cupcakes, that's the way we like it. For some reason, there are just some people who just want to come in here sometimes and they just literally want to blow everybody up, you know? And I try to do my best. I try to go as far as I can with people. And, you know, I'm sorry that we have to go there. But my God, like, I'm not going to be just attacked over and over again and, you know, and go through with all that. Like, and if I got to do it live, I don't care. Look, I like Mark. I've had Mark on the channel before. We used to have a big running joke and fun thing about Condor Man on here, and he literally came on for the watch party. And I like him, and look, I've supported his business. I've said, hey, go support him. I don't know if anybody has or not, but regardless, I've said it and I've meant it. And, you know, Mark has donated things to the channel for giveaways, and I've appreciated that. And I appreciate Mark. But, you know, I'm a grown man. And I'm not going to have somebody tell me that because I like Zack Snyder's Justice League that somehow I'm inciting riots in the world. You know? And no, I'm not overexerting myself. I'm absolutely fine. I'm absolutely calm. I'm just being absolutely matter of fact because I've had it with that kind of behavior from Mark. So, Mark, if that upsets you, then you brought it upon yourself. No, I'm not tired. Actually, I'm not tired at all. Dude, I'm not tired at all. I am not worn down. I am not any of that, man. I am not any of that. No, and dude, it's all good, man. Because if that's what he thinks of me, then he's really not my friend. I want to be Mark's friend. I have tried over and over again to be Mark's friend. He walked away from me at one point and did nothing but harass me the entire time and accuse me of bullying Matt Jarbo of all people. So
I just think it turns into something where, like, you know, obviously Mark takes it some sort of way that obviously it's not. And, like, you know, I've seen it firsthand when you came on our channel for the first time and Mark's in that chat, and it's just like it was just like he's an instigator and he only wants to poke. He's challenging himself. That's what he's doing. Challenging himself. That's all he's doing.
Because it ain't challenging me. I mean, we were having a fine conversation. Yeah, tonight people disagreed on things. Okay.
Right.
But you know what? Here's the thing. We may have disagreed on things. I may have disagreed with RJ on some things. RJ may have disagreed with me on some things. We had back and forth. That's fine. Okay. At the end of the day, I still respect RJ. And I think that RJ is very knowledgeable and whatnot. Even Matt being in here is the instigator that Matt can be sometimes. Matt, we had a back and forth. We had a discourse. It was fine. When you just start levying just accusations that are baseless at people, and like you're just never happy with the answer, well, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna get to the point where like I'm not gonna answer you anymore because you don't want an answer. Okay, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
honestly,
know what to tell you anymore, man.
He clearly is I only use this word because it may or may not be true, but he clearly is like obsessive over Integrity 101 and all these other people like saying all these things because like I don't care what Integrity 101 says. There was one time I did, you know, but I don't care anymore. I just don't care.
I've really tried to care, Caden. You know, but you know, like you know, people can't buy my friendship. People can't pressure me into doing what they want me to do. I'm going to have my opinions, and listen, nobody's going to tell me that I just have to, you know, act like I don't like I can't enjoy Zack Snyder's Justice League or enjoy the Snyderverse and want it to continue and see a way that it can. Am I on here? Do you see me doing a stream saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is back? It's like I literally just mocked that a little while ago, Caden.
Right.
like in no uncertain terms, I literally mocked it.
Right.
So for that, it's just, you know, yeah, it, you know, listen, and like I don't ban people. I literally don't ban people, but there's just coming a point where I'm just having enough of some people just like not really willing to have a conversation, just wanting to tell me, you know, and so I love you, Zeno. Right? Right? You know, dude, I know it's not me, right? So I know it's not me, dude. That's on him, man. That is on him, and he's got to look. He's got to deal with things in his own way, and come to some kind of resolution in his own heart, you know. So you know, I just I've gone the last mile of the way. I've gone the final thing. So, Mark, if you're still out there and you're listening to this and you didn't just click off and you're not, whatever, the door is always open. But I'm just not going to deal with any more of that tonight. And when you start going off about saggy, you start talking about stuff you don't even know about, dude. You're not involved in any of those conversations. Who the heck are you? Who the heck are you talking to, man? Saggy and me get along just fine. Do we argue? Yeah. Do we agree on everything?
That's what
No.
friends are.
But Saggy and I are just fine. We literally just talked tonight. So who are you, dude? Like who the heck? And look, if you don't believe me, Caden's there, RJ's there, Matt Jarbo's there. Matt Jarbo and I have been trading, bards lately. But like, we didn't run away from each other. I'm still in his chat. Like, what I mean? Like,
right.
For God's sake, like, dude, you know what? We're everybody's just fine, dude. Like, I just think it's funny, man. People watch this stuff and they think that like they know what everybody's doing and what everybody's,
I think we talked about this last time about the whole Zod and Sylph thing as well, like where like there's conversations that happen behind the scenes, like on text, phone calls. Like it's not everything's not on stream.
Yep, there's a whole lot more to it than just what you see on the stream. So, so guys, just don't take everything so serious, and don't be
serious.
Right. Don't be so upset. Just try to chill. Take a chill pill. Where's the drop? I got the perfect drop for it.
It's the red or blue pill. I take the blue pill.
Speaking of which, everybody's ticked off about that, I guess, tonight. Like it's either like really good or really bad, according to everybody. So
yeah, I still have an hour left to watch. I stopped it because it was like I started watching it with like not with them. I just pressed play around the same time as they did with Austin Bradley, and then I couldn't. I was up like all night. I was just like, I can't watch the rest of this.
Here you go.
Let's pause.
Here's your moment of the evening that we get ready to let you go.
So just chill out. Drink a 7-Up, eat a moon pie, quit murdering people.
There you go.
Basically, everything in there is exactly towards everyone here. Eat a moon pie and stop murdering people.
Exactly. Just chill out. Just chill out. You know what? Remember that.
Cluck was wrong.
And look, just try to chill. Just have a good time. All right. Caden, thank you for sticking it out, man. You almost scared me there when you spoke up there for a second. I wasn't expecting your voice, but I'm glad that you spoke in when you did, because it's just I'm tired of people trying to derail my streams.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like, we're going along fine. If we're having a conversation, look, the fact that I address the chat, you know what I mean. Like,
Mhm.
it's not like I could totally ignore the chat,
Right.
right? I mean, I could totally ignore the chat, you know, and
only put up super chats.
and only put up super chats, or or just act like nothing exists other than what I want, or just read the ones that agree with me. You know what I mean? Or just block other people out. I can do that all day, right? But I don't do that. So we have conversations here, and I talk. When I feel you're being disingenuous and you're just going to attack me, or you attack somebody on my panels, for example, I'm going to call you out. And if you keep it up, and I'm not going to have people just derail the stream every stream that I do. Right. Cupcakes, you're absolutely right. Isn't the point of these live streams and chats to give our opinions respectfully? I don't get why people get so triggered. I don't either. And then the funny thing, is Cupcakes and Chloroform, people will do that, and then they try to put it off on you, like if you silence that, if you stop it, then they try to put it off on you, like you did something wrong to have to deal with it. You know what I mean? Like that having to deal with it shows you did something wrong. Yes, I know, Integrity. You get 100% of your information from me. Yeah, no. Oh boy, yes. So you know what? It is what it is. Is Mike Zero on the stream? No.
I'm Mike Zero.
Hi.
I am here to tell you guys that the new trilogy will be about Kylo Ren coming back to life and retaking the name of the Skywalker from Rey, because Rey is the true Skywalker.
It's about time somebody did it. Let me tell you, it's about time somebody did it. That's all I say. Well, hey everybody, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you to everyone who is just you know what, just being chill.
Enosh is an evil like me. That's why I like him.
Enosh is an evil like me. Yeah, right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, Zeno, I agree. And that's the thing. There's been a lot of that actually. There's been a lot of that, like people trying to insert themselves into situations that they're really not a part of. And then there's people trying to get me and others to insert ourselves in situations that have nothing to do with us. And I'm like, look, I asked somebody the other day, or today actually, I said, so if I insert myself into this situation, how is that talking about entertainment news or the stuff I love? Like, that's just getting involved in somebody's drama at that point.
We're not the drama lounge.
And that's not what I'm trying to do. And it doesn't mean that I'm any less caring about situations or whatever. But you know what? For some people, I like to let them handle their business. If they got problems, I'll support them. But that doesn't mean I'm going to go to war with every YouTuber either. I mean, this is, man, it's like,
right.
It's exhausting.
It's like Joe Exotic and Kermit video that this is for friends and family.
Yeah, that is exhausting. I will say that is exhausting.
What is?
Just trying to keep up with people,
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Saggy ended up being the one who said and did what the person was looking for. So hey, she accomplished something there, Enosh. Yay! Thanks, Nick. Thanks for being here, man. You know what? Yeah, where was Deranged Enosh? I saw Deranged Enosh pop in for a second. So
I haven't seen Deranged Enosh in a while.
Yeah, I saw him pop in for a second. So I apologize.
Well, next Saturday he will reveal who he is.
Guys, I appreciate all your love and support, and I think I'm thinking what I really need to do is there's been a lot of people, guys, that I've really tried to go the last mile with, and you know what I'm realizing? I need to apologize to all of you. You guys who come in here just to have fun and just to enjoy a stream and do this. It's not fair to you that I try to put up with this stuff as far as I do, because it ends up going that way, you know. And so my apologies to all you. I think I need to be a little bit more nope, you know, like, and just not deal with that. And then if somebody's pissed off at me, if somebody's mad at me, you can take it up with me on social media. My Twitter's open, my Instagram's open. You can email me at poindexterlounge@gmail.com. I'm there. If you want to argue with me about that stuff, that's there. We're not going to do it on streams anymore. I'm just going to start timing out people until they just either go away or they take a hint, you know. Thank you, Elsa. Yeah, I try. I really am trying, you know. Like that's the thing. And see, I appreciate you saying thanks for being a nice guy, Enosh, and you don't need to apologize for being who you are, a cool and funny person. That is why we're here. And I know that, and I know that. And see, that's what I want you guys to experience. I don't want you guys to experience me having to like defend myself against somebody who's like accusing me of inciting people on the toxic side of the fandom, that I literally go and say these people are toxic, right? Or making up this stuff that like I'm inciting people to say stuff literally when all they're saying is you know, I believe that this is going to happen, you know. So I get that. I get that. I am not Captain Nita. Yeah, no, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I want you guys to be able to get Enosh versus millions versus the millions. I just yeah, I want people to just be able to come here for that. And if you're not here for that, then I don't know what to tell you, you know. Do something else. Yeah, there should be a Christmas party. So I got in trouble with this with some people too, because apparently I did too many religious themed things. We're not changing the channel. It's not going to be, you know, some religious themed channel. I literally wanted to get things off the ground so that you guys knew what I was doing, so that when I started the channel for the other stuff that I'm doing, that those who wanted to follow it would be aware of it and be able to follow it. And so I do have a channel now. Also, by the way, if you follow the channel, take a look in our suggested channels, because I tried to get a lot of you guys in there, and hopefully got a lot of you guys in there of supporting. I just did it from my phone the other night, and I was just like adding people and stuff like that. So RJ, you're in there, and other people are in there. So but yeah, we'll be doing a Christmas thing. Hey, you know what, dude? RJ, that's fine, man. And Matt Reeves, we trust, man. Like, look, I'm hoping that the Batman is awesome because I'm a DC fan and I want it to succeed, right? I don't know if I'm going to enjoy everything about it, dude. I could be sitting here in a few months, man, and just telling you this is the most awesome thing ever, and I hope I am. I literally hope I am. I'm going to tell you what I see from it right now, but dude, you know me. Like, if something has changed, like, look at Eternals. Look at Eternals. RJ, you know, bro, right? You know. How long did I say I didn't care about Eternals? And then saw Eternals, and I was like, dude, Eternals was fire. Then, of course, the rest of the world turned against me and turned the opposite way. Said, no, it was crap. But, right? Like, you know,
I liked Eternals.
I am so willing to change my tone and my tune, and, you know, and do everything I need to do.
H-Parts. Oh god.
H-Parts. Yep, you know, she's still alive. I just got home from work. There you go.
You know, H-Parts, you missed a lot.
You missed a lot, bro. So yeah. So you know what?
Who does want a crap movie? Like,
yeah, who wants a crap movie, right? Like, I don't want a crap movie.
No.
Says I sent all those photos. The movie looks really good. I think Black Adam and Aquaman could be good too. Only movie I'm worried about next year is Flash, but I hope for the best. Me too. And we'll see.
Same sentiment.
You know, we will see. You know, I haven't seen The Matrix 4, but I've seen some mixed reviews today, and so like I'm a little concerned, to be quite honest with you, and I hope that it's good. I really do. So you know, but yeah, that's it. That's me in a nutshell. And this is me in a nutshell. Hey, let me out of this nutshell. So there you go.
Help!
Get a big nutcracker. Get a big nutcracker. All right, guys. Hey, I love you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for supporting the lounge. Thank you guys, because look, the lounge is about you guys. It's not just about me. I know people try to make it about me and try to make it like this and that. And I'm always going to tell you my opinion. You may not always like my opinion, but just know I respect yours. I respect yours. I may not agree with you. And look, we may have a discussion, and some people have changed my mind. And sometimes I change other people's minds. But at the end of the day, if we don't, guess what? We still walk away friends. Thank you, integrity. I'll be your source all day, bro. Like, you know, and see, that's what ends up happening. You push something, it ends up becoming a joke, right? And so, you know, just don't press people on stuff that like you know, like don't have to be so right about everything that you don't listen to reason.
Yeah, there's so many people that are incontinent that wants to be right 24/7.
Yeah, we don't have to be right all the time.
You don't have to be. You can, you know, you can be wrong sometimes, you know.
Oh, I got Defoe scoops. I got Defoe scoops all day long. 2 scoops of Defoe. 2 scoops of Defoe. I like a good 2 scoops of Defoe. Yeah. Heck yeah. So hey, love y'all. Thank you, Caden, for being here. The last man standing. Thanks. We still got 50 people watching. You guys are awesome. You rock. Hey, if you could, before you leave, can you give us a like, please? You know what? Like I feel like we did a couple rounds and stuff, and you know, unlike Jake Paul, like nobody just did the honors for us and, you know, hit the ground. So no, if you could please hit that like button for us before you go, and it helps us out a lot. Right. I you know what? I did change my mind on Wonder Woman 84. You know, absolutely. Like, I still don't hate it. You know, nice H Barts. Let's get on. My mic is like falling apart and doing weird things here. I don't know what's going on. Yes, H Barts. Let's get together and we will. Yes, let's do the Hall of Fame thing. We got to do that. Austin, you have no idea, dude. I don't think I have 3 scoops of Defoe around. Only 2. maybe 2 1/4. Maybe 2 1/4.
2 1/2.
2 1/4. All right. Hey, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate all of you guys. You guys are real. You guys are the real ones. So thank you guys so much for your love, for your respect, for your patronage. I appreciate all of you guys. Yes, I want more passion of the Defoe. Passion of the Defoe. I wish we could all be in the same room together. And yes, it's been 84 years since we started the Hall of Fame, and no one has been entered in yet because I promised H Barts that he would be the first, and we have not been able to connect that way. And so we'll get H Barts in there, and then we'll start adding to it. All right, maybe we'll put Mark in there. Look, I like Mark. I love Mark. I just want. Can I just tell everybody I love Mark. I love Mark. Mark has been a good guy. Just, you know, if somebody tells you something, like just take their word for it, man. You know, like it's okay. It's all good. All right. Love you guys. I'm gonna go get some sleep because it's 6:30 in the morning and my wife is getting ready to leave for work. And you know, and I haven't slept, and I still got a lot to do today. So so good things are happening. You're gonna see some really cool things out of this channel before I switch the church stuff away from this channel. But thank you guys. Thank you to everyone, because I tell you what, on all the platforms, we've had over 600 people a week watching those services. And that's super cool. That is super cool as we did it. And like I said, you know, tonight I spent my evening. I was a little bit later tonight because, you know, getting home, because I was taking food. I was taking boxes of food to a family that really needed it. And I just sat and talked with them for like a good 3 hours almost. And just really great people and nerds like us. Like when I walked in, Caden, one was the guy was wearing a Batman shirt. The wife was wearing a Flash shirt. And I said, these are my people right here. These are my people right here. And so,
cool.
heck yeah. So, you know what? So we're doing the thing. All right. So, love you guys. Like I always say, like I always blame Enosh, not integrity. Like I always say, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. Don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter, but seek to have good conversations. All right. And don't talk over each other, and don't try to just push your opinion without listening at all. And look, I'm going to try to do the same, right? Because I love RJ, and I don't want RJ to ever feel like I'm just putting him in a corner and telling him that he's wrong. All right. So I apologize publicly to RJ if I come across that way, because I don't mean to. Like, sometimes we have strong opinions about things, right? And I have strong opinions about some things, and I may disagree with RJ. Doesn't mean RJ's bad or RJ's dumb or doesn't know what he's talking about. RJ's a very smart guy. That's why I have him around, because I like having smart people on my channel that challenge me.
Yeah.
In real ways. All right. Love you guys. Stay nerdy. We'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.